You're not horrible, shut up. Gonna... Oh, Jade's testing it.
Are we here? Am I good? Is my mic working now? I don't know why Streamlabs hates me. Streamlabs devs, fix your thing and stop making it so it,
Dream
resets
mic
my
check.
Everybody do a mic check down the line. Audrey, speak into the mic.
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yep.
Alright.
Colbart, mic check.
Hi.
Shit.
Yeah.
Colbart, mic check.
Alright. Echoing on
That's an
somebody's
echo.
end.
Oh, that's an echo.
Echo.
That's because I'm currently have the stream on my computer going.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the only reason why there's an echo.
And Jade. I'm assuming
yep,
everybody is going to work, because it just grabs desktop audio. But, hello everybody. Mic was not working, but just to recap what I said, episode 27. We're starting a bit late, just because, Whale, I made a little fuckery wuckery, and I'm dealing with my own hubris, had to do something, and I made these people sit here with me while I did it the whole time. But we're here now, 30 minutes late. So, to recap what happened, last episode, you met a new friend. That is
Friend is a weird word.
Hello.
And he is going to be joining your party. Not everybody has gotten their opinions of him yet, because, well, some things happened. With the part of the party that did not go up the mountain, being Colbart, Clement, Chatu, and Freya, and Asumi, they encountered a familiar face, the Apostle of Elwyn. And he said that he urgently needed to talk to Tagok, and that Lady Elwyn wanted to see her. When the whole party reunited and they were able to talk with him, they eventually came to the decision that Chatu is going to be the one to transport them just outside of Elwyn City. And then they are going to be meeting up with a transportation to take them all the way to the temple. And that's where it leaves us right now.
I'm sorry, I had to mute myself because I did like some... I did a squeal because I'm excited. I'm excited! Brain is buzzing.
Brain go burr.
Brain go burr.
So,
Brain makes the sound of LED lights.
all of you are standing just outside of the tavern where you had waited for the rest of the party to come down. And Chatu is currently kind of psyching himself up to do the teleportation of all of you, which is quite a few.
Yeah, our party just keeps getting bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Poor everyone that has to deal with us.
Quite true.
Cough, cough, Berica.
Berica.
Yeah.
Like we just have another one come back.
She's gonna start
Another
crying.
child.
She just starts crying when Sardoth gets on the boat.
Another one.
It's like, why is
Another
there a
Weasley.
child here?
Whose fucking lost bratty kid is this?
Another
Don't worry,
Weasley.
Kalina doesn't like him either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poor Sophie.
I'm kind of on the fence right now.
Fen likes
Finn
him.
thinks he's cool.
Fen likes him.
Good fight plus, dick minus.
So, Chatu eventually gathers himself and he says, "All right, everybody, stand with your hands linked together. We all need to be in contact for this to work."
Alright. Kalina, she nods and, starts forming a circle and holds up both her hands for whoever to grab.
Awkward hand holding time.
Hand holding time.
In between, Freya and Fen, they are both holding on to Asumi.
Oh yeah!
They are using
say-
either of their arms to hold her up.
I was just gonna say, yeah, can I just pick up Asumi?
Yeah, you are holding
You
Asumi
baby.
in one arm, and Freya, with the other arm, is kind of helping to support Asumi. So that they're
Oh,
both
okay.
touching Asumi. Both holding the bit.
Baby!
After a deep breath, Chatu says, "Alright, are you all ready?"
Yep.
It's
Go
gonna
for
feel
it.
a little weird. He closes his eyes, and at your feet, all of you see the signature black smoke of his begin to rise and envelop all of you. And as you stand together, you feel the world shift around you as you are all whisked through the astral plane. In a few moments, you are brought to your destination. And as the smoke around you dissipates, you see that you have arrived at an intersection in the road. There is the
Oh shit,
city.
we did a fucking amphibia.
The city looms ahead over you, and behind you, the sun is beginning to set. It casts the city in a fiery orange glow. You immediately are able to sense that the climate is much different here, as you are in a desert.
Oh!
Oh.
You are in a desert that is...
We can take off our coats!
Yes. There are a few very straggly, stray trees dotted around, but for the most part, this is a very warm and arid climate.
Kalina's gonna immediately take off her coat.
I'm gonna thrive.
Praise the sun!
As you're all kind of
Praise the
getting
sun.
your bearings about and shedding off your winter coats, you hear Chatu just behind you sort of grunt a little bit, and you sort of hear Clement like mumbling to him. You turn around and see that Chatu has slumped over, and he is like on his knees.
Here.
Kalina sees this and she immediately rushes
Also, you're
over.
okay.
Chatu?
He doesn't say anything for a moment, and he just breathes. You can tell that it is quite labored, and you can hear quite a amount of wheezing in it, and his forehead is damp with sweat.
Oh, dear.
Walk on over there, and I offer my hand.
He very shakily takes your hand, and with you and Clement's help, you bring him to his feet. He then starts to try to talk. He says, "Sorry. Normally, when Nokia and I do this, we draw power from our father." He starts coughing a little bit. But
No, just rest.
this time I used my own power. I didn't want to weaken Father, considering just how many of us were being transported.
Chati,
I'm
you
gonna
did
give
good.
him my water skin. Whatever it's called.
Okay.
Hydrate before you die straight.
Yeah.
He
Stop
takes
it.
it and starts drinking the water.
Chati, you did good. You got us all here in one piece. Just rest.
He just nods. Next to you, Fen, Freya is kind of just staring down the road towards the city, and their antennas are pretty much straight up, just like at attention.
I kind of just asked them, something wrong? Geez, that was a really weird accident for Fen.
Something wrong?
Asked them, something wrong.
Freya just says, "Listen." So, Fen, roll a perception check.
Hold on.
For hearing, specifically.
So my perception is real shitty, apparently.
Oh no.
7.
As you take a moment to try to listen, you don't really hear anything except the ever so slight sound of the breeze blowing sand. But that's all around you. Nothing quite notable.
I kind of look down at and be like, what? I don't hear any.
Freya kind of like looks at you. They seem confused that you don't hear it. And then
I'm sorry, Freya, I got a bad roll.
and then they kind of like rub their face a little bit and say, "Can you put me on your shoulders so I can see higher?"
Oh,
Baby.
Biggie.
Do I have to
Big.
roll a strength check for that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a little better. That was a 13.
Alright. Freya kind of climbs up you with your help, and they sit on top of your shoulders. They are peering off into the distance for a little bit, and then they decide they kind of want to see higher. So they put their paws on your shoulders and try to stand. And that's when, well, they begin to wobble and fall off.
Oh,
Baby.
Ranch.
After they hit the ground, they're laying on their back, and their hair has sort of like got strewn out of their face, and you can see their full face, and their eyes look really wide. Like a little startled almost.
I kind of just dust them off.
Freya then says, "There's something coming. It's big."
Fen kind of gets into, like, a ready position for, have the fight.
Does anyone else hear what Freya said?
Yes, a couple of you do indeed hear Freya say, "There's something coming. It's big."
make a perception check.
Go ahead.
Alright.
I would like to as well.
Okay, that's pretty decent. Total of 16.
All right. Are you going to take
Oh. Sorry, I had to math quick.
Okay.
Total of 21.
Hey.
All right. So, Kalina, you hear what sounds like the wooden squeaking of what sounds like a carriage, but you don't hear horses.
Okay.
And Tagok, accompanying the sounds of a carriage drawing closer, you hear what sounds like claws scraping against the ground and something dragging.
Wait. Is this what you were talking about earlier?
I'm very confused.
Clever.
The creature. Creature.
Okay. That's mildly concerning.
Pretty soon, over the very slight crest of the dune, you see the silhouette of something drawing close. You can make out that it is a carriage being pulled by a very large creature that is not a horse. Clement speaks up and says, "Maybe we should get out of the middle of the road."
Agreed.
Yes, that would be wise.
You all kind of shift over to the side of the road. Not exactly off of it, but just out of the middle of it.
Yeah.
You sit there waiting for it to draw closer, and pretty soon the carriage and the creature pulling it come into view. It is a large reptilian with scales that in the evening sun sparkle gold with little gemstone spikes that glitter.
Can I
They're
do a check to see if I... Sorry.
in a minute, yes. Their eyes glitter like little emeralds. They have short, stocky, muscular legs and tails that drag far behind. Their large necks are muscular, and they flick their tongues out at you. The harnesses that they wear are adorned with gilding and are finely made, pulling the carriage. There are 2 of them side by side.
2 carriages or 2 things pulling 1 carriage?
2 lizards pulling 1 carriage.
Okay. Komodo dragon.
Exactly. They are reminiscent of Komodo dragons.
But golden.
What gold?
Bling
Can I
bling.
do a check to see if I know what they are?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll to...
What would that be?
Can I
Nature?
also do a check?
That would be a history, I guess, or a history or nature.
Can I also do a check?
Yes. Fen, you might do a nature because you're out in nature. Kalina might do a history because she reads a lot.
I'm gonna say 13. So I got 13.
I'm not gonna try and do a
Okay,
check.
so
I don't have the
history
intelligence.
I think I might do a check as well.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this passes.
Alright.
A total of 27.
27.
Oh.
What did you get, Fen?
Oh boy.
A 13.
13. Alright. And then Sarzan?
Oh shit.
I'm rolling in like 2 seconds. I'm getting my character sheet up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Nah, you're good.
So,
Yeah,
Kalina,
I'm not gonna bother trying.
You remember.
Let me roll for intelligent. Wait, no. Brain function, please. Should I do insight?
That would be history.
History or nature, but probably
Insight
history.
is more to like
Okay.
Intentions.
Yeah.
judge intentions. This is knowledge based.
Where is that? I see intimidation. I don't see intention.
No, it would
No,
be
that's
history.
History.
No.
You're confusing her. Just roll
Yeah,
for
you're
history,
doing
love.
incredibly.
Do a history roll.
Okay,
Song, darling.
Insight is
Hush.
for intention.
15.
Okay, so Kalina, you remember reading a old book that your father had gotten you about exotic reptiles, because you had always been interested in snakes. So he thought he would get you a book about different types of reptiles
Yeah.
around the world. And
Oh,
you remember
Naked.
your favorite one in the entire book was a page entirely about the jeweled kimonos of the Great Desert.
Jeweled kimonos.
Jeweled kimonos. Yes.
Kimonos.
Kimono dragons.
I thought it was Komodo.
It is. Komodo.
Kimono dragons. I'm fucking...
Kimono.
It's okay.
Kimono is a kind of Japanese garment.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit confused.
Used
Like, I knew what you were
for
trying to say.
Celebrations
I was just a
and
bit
various
confused.
plays
Like, I
and
wanted
parties.
to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the book, you remember reading that they start off incredibly small and they grow to incredible sizes if fed very specific things. One of them being gemstones.
Oh.
You feed them gemstones, and the gemstones begin growing upon them as armor. They are coveted by the merchants of the Great Desert because they are incredibly durable and are much better means of transportation than a horse or camel.
Yeah.
But they are incredibly hard to train and can be quite violent if not cared for by a proper trainer.
Yeah, so like they're not socialized properly and whatnot.
Yes.
Makes sense. Kalina sees this, recognizes it, her eyes widen, just like in awe, and she just says, "Those are jeweled kimonos."
Um,
And she's just like, I
Sarzov,
can't really.
you remember reading very briefly about jeweled kimonos, but you kind of flipped over it so you didn't take the time to read too much into them. Fen, you could have sworn you've seen one of these before, but you never knew what it was called.
I want to pet it.
Roll for animal handling.
Now that is rolls that I can get. Good one. Got a 23.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Because I have a +5 from that.
Fen, you cautiously approach the jeweled kimono from the side, making sure that it is able to see you properly. And then very carefully reach up and start giving it a little scratch behind the head. It sort of tilts its head towards you and flicks out its tongue.
No, baby.
As you're doing this, the door of the carriage opens. First, you see a tall figure in deep, brassy armor step out.
Ooh.
His face is shrouded by a shadowy hood. There is another one that steps out after him, much smaller, closer to your size. He wears the signature pale robes of Elowen. He wears a crown that covers his eyes entirely and almost resembles a star.
Ooh.
They speak first, the small one, bowing very lightly and saying, "Greetings, Queen's heroes. Please, allow us to escort you to the temple. Lady Elowyn awaits you."
What did they say? Like, Queen's.
The Queen's heroes,
Heroes.
is what you were called.
Queen's heroes?
Queen Verbena.
I mean, they're not
Oh.
wrong, but also.
You've gained quite the reputation already.
Huh. Kalina, she hears this. Internally, she's just like, what the fuck? But outside, she gives a nod and just says, "Thank you very much. This is much appreciated."
Of course. You, then can go on in.
Stick and stonk.
Stop being mean to them.
I'm not. That's just what brains say.
This is not what Jade's saying. This is what Jade's brain is saying.
Stick and stunk.
I mean, you're not wrong.
For height reference, the shorter of the two is closer to Kalina and Sarzoth's height.
Oh,
Oh, big tall.
Ye.
stunk.
Stonk.
Oh dear. So, that's like fucking 2 feet, 3
Indeed.
feet taller than I am.
Yes.
Oh.
Do you all board the carriage?
Yep. Beats walking.
Yes.
Yes, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
You get
Don't
inside.
like it.
Kalina's
Bad
gonna make
vibe.
sure to stick close to Tagok.
You head
Yeah.
inside the very large carriage, and it is huge on the inside. There are 2 rows of velvet upholstered seats for you to sit on. There are windows with curtains, and even a small table that runs along the center of the carriage itself.
Oh shit, we're in the choir bus.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we're in the choir
Ah,
bus.
shit, we're in the choir bus. Get ready for practice in the terrible acoustics.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Up top, Jade, up top.
Slappy sound.
Yes.
After you all board, the 2 outside then get in. First the shorter one and then the larger one. As the larger one steps in, you all note that the carriage slightly tilts to his side as he gets
Okay.
on. They then sit at the head of the carriage, up against the coach. And then you hear a sound of a whip cracking very lightly, and then the carriage starts moving.
Lizards.
Tension in the air. Everything is awkward.
The larger of the 2 has not said a word this entire time, and they continue not to. But
Understandable. Have a nice day.
in the dim light of the carriage, you notice that their eyes, which are a pale violet, seem to glow ever so slightly from underneath their hood.
Okay.
They seem to be just looking over the party, examining each of you.
Kalina, she's not gonna say anything yet, just wait for an opportunity because she wants to be respectful and, you know, be wise with her words.
Best to not say anything.
Yet.
I will say nothing.
Well, for a good little while, it seems, maybe about 5-10 minutes of riding in silence, it's pretty awkward. You know, nobody's saying anything for that long.
Oh, it's one of those car rides.
The tense, awkward car ride. The really weird Uber ride.
A really weird Uber ride.
The smaller one, then, lightly, clears their throat and then says, well, I might as well introduce myself. My name is Duke Ambrose. And this here, he says as he gestures to his, larger companion, is, Amadeus. He is my personal guard, and he has served me since I was a small child.
Now, Kalina's kind of intrigued at this. Because Duke, bodyguard, Duchess, bodyguard,
Yeah.
Part of me, part of me both does and does not want to take him. That would be a fatal mistake, but also fight me.
Fun one.
Kalina,
Yeah.
she, nods and, says, pleasure to meet both of you. Duchess Brightwood. And she holds out a hand.
Ambrose's face, what you can see of it, seems to light up at this, and then he eagerly reaches out to shake your hand.
And this, next to me, and, she gestures to Tagok, is my personal bodyguard, actually.
Oh.
I just kind of like groan a little bit in disappointment in myself.
You don't have a bodyguard.
No, more like I'm not the bodyguard.
No, I'm gesturing to Tagok.
Oh.
No, it's me.
I'm gesturing to Tagok.
I'm the one she pays and has made sure she hasn't died yet.
For a second, I thought it's like Sarzoff is upset that he's not the bodyguard.
That's what I'm saying, damn it.
Oh yeah, okay. Character. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Sarzoff groaned because I'm sad I'm not bodyguard. Okay. Ambrose nods enthusiastically, and they kind of very lightly elbow Amadeus next to them.
Oh, there's a car outside, assuming.
Amadeus kind of like snaps out of his little moment, and he's like, and then he very awkwardly holds out his hand for you to shake, Tagok.
It's like, bodyguard?
Grr.
Bodyguard.
I guess I take his hand.
He gives you a very firm handshake.
Very firm handshake.
Ambrose then starts talking a little bit, feeling a little less tense now that, you know, some small talk has begun.
And a bit of common ground.
Yeah.
And he says, in fact, Amadeus's family has actually served my family for almost 100 generations. Almost as long as my family has served Elowin.
I see, I see. Tagok here hasn't served me for that long. Only about a year, but she is a wonderful bodyguard to have. Very capable.
Ambrose nods and says, I can tell by the way you sort of act around each other that you trust each other very much.
I would say so, yes. And she kind of looks over at Tagok and smiles a little bit. Yeah, it's like,
Takeout gives awkward nod.
awkward nod. Awkward nod. Still trying to process the fact that she's a demigod.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, I don't trust these. I don't trust these bitches.
E.
Not now, no.
Not now, not ever.
Yeah.
Kalina's just keeping up appearances, okay? That's her job. It's like Kalina do the talking and everything's gonna be fine.
Yep. She talk, I hit things.
Yes.
Me too. that
Ambrose.
is in character. Me too.
Me too.
You both talk and hit things.
Yeah. Talks and hit things at the same time. Monologuing
I
and
prefer-
hitting you.
I prefer the hitting the things, though. The talking can be a little less.
Well, rude. Ambrose then sort of like gasps a little bit and says, "Oh goodness, I said my first name, but not my house. Apologies, I'm a little out of it today. Ambrose Severus is my full name."
Kalina Brightwood.
Ambrose then sort of like sheepishly smiles, like, "I forgot to say my full name. I am smart."
Kalina's just like, it's quite alright. It happens. So, how did you hear of us coming to the city?
Well, I very abruptly got a call from a close family member of mine saying that you would be arriving.
Oh. Sorry, hold on. This is out of character. What's the guy's name again?
The guy, your guy friend, your apostle friend,
Apostle friend.
Quote unquote friend.
Vidya. His name is Vidya.
Vidya.
Vidya
Hey,
Service.
Vidya. Okay. Okay, alright. Thank you.
Quote unquote friend.
Yeah. But yeah, Kalina, like,
I know you
her
don't like him.
ears perk up
Yeah,
at
no.
this. And she's like, oh, was it Vidya by any chance?
Oh, yes, it was. So I take it that you
I
had met my
see.
cousin.
Yes, on a number of occasions. Not too long ago, actually. Just, about an hour ago, I would assume.
Oh, I see. That's where I must have come from then.
Yes. We had spoken with him, and he had said that, Eloin herself had requested that we meet her. He was delivering a message.
Ambrose nods and then says, "I hope everything goes alright for you. I mean, Vidya seemed very tense."
I also picked up on that. Kalina says that as she kind of shifts a little bit in her seat. I could see that he was very tense, quite nervous.
Ambrose just sort of solemnly nods in agreement.
Kalina wants to say something about, like, his behavior, but she also doesn't want to, like, accidentally get him in trouble.
Yeah.
Ambrose,
Also, because since the hood is down, they're probably watching.
well, have you noticed something about their character designs that is...
Oh, they don't have the thing. I mean, like, except for the crown, maybe. Wait,
Notice
they're
the
purple.
Yes.
Purple.
Purple.
They're not green.
Huh. I think Kalina, like, she might notice this and ask, can Elwyn, and she kind of gestures to the like the gems.
Ambrose shakes his head and says, "No, she can't see through us. We're high standing, so we get the privilege," he says as he does the quote with his hands, "of not being spied upon."
Kalina just lets out a sigh. Oh, thank goodness.
All of your words are safe within this carriage.
Whew. All right. Well, at least we can trust you on that. Even I will admit that we are a bit hesitant about all of this, but we have deemed it as necessary to go into the city. And we appreciate that you two are the ones escorting us.
I'm sure that Vidya chose me and us for a very specific reason. If he had gotten the city guards to do it, you might have gotten roughhoused, per se.
Oh, yes, quite. And I will say, if that had happened, some people wouldn't be happy. Looks, and she kind of smirks a little bit and looks over at Tagok. I know how you get when gods roughhouse others. It's the reason why I hired you. Tagok is just
Sorry, I'm just I'm trying to be present.
It's okay. Yeah, Kalina had said, I know that, like, if some of us here were reptiles, other people here, wouldn't be so happy, and she looks over at Tagok and, like, smirks. And just like, isn't that right, Tagok?
Yeah.
It's the reason why I hired you, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Ambrose kind of chuckles a little bit and says, "It seems that Tagok, you and Amadeus are quite similar after all."
Oh, is that so?
Indeed. I did say that we had been together since we were children. Part of the reason for that is, well, he defended me from my peers.
Oh.
I was born...
Is that so?
He nods and says, "I was born rather sickly and frail, and I was not expected to survive into adulthood, so I was honestly quite neglected and allowed to be bullied by other noble children, but Amadeus defended me against his parents' wishes. They didn't want him to waste his time on a lost cause, as they said."
Oh. Kalina's very intrigued. She's listening to the hot goss. Finally, another noble
Bill?
to gossip with.
Spill all of the drama.
Ambrose...
Another noble to gossip with.
Yes, Ambrose then says, "Truthfully, if it hadn't been for both Amadeus and Vidya, I probably would not be standing here today."
Well, we're glad that you are.
Thank you, Lady Kalina.
Tagok is a somewhat similar story. Tagok. And she just kind of looks over at Tagok and just has this devious little smile. Because of how Tagok was hired.
Yeah, that was.
It was quite a night, wasn't it?
You could say that again.
Oh, dear. Would you like to hear the story?
Of course.
Oh, dear. Okay. So, I was at a gala. More for work purposes, but I was there nonetheless. And Tagok was there, but she was not my bodyguard. She was someone else's at the time. And one of the patrons at this gala was quite tipsy and decided that he would try to make
Oh.
unwanted advances on Tagok's client. And Tagok here
Something just happened.
took a chair and, well, let's say that I had to bail her out of jail.
Oh my goodness.
It was quite the sight, I will admit. But that old man had what he had that coming for him. I always knew he was.
Gygax just. Oops, sorry.
I always
You
knew
go.
that he was quite the disgusting one.
Mm.
Just hadn't seen it for myself. But it was well worth seeing Tagok in action.
Ambrose
Hey, guys,
chuckles
kinda-
a little bit.
Gygax kind of looking a bit at the ground, smiling and nodding slightly, like a yeah.
So,
That was a
yeah,
good
love.
one.
That was a good night.
That was a good one. Except for the whole jail part, but you know.
I got bailed out of jail. It's fine.
You got bailed out of jail. It's fine.
It all worked out.
But yes, I saw her doing her thing, and I appreciate the fact that she doesn't have any ulterior motives. She does her work well, she's efficient, and she will not hesitate to defend. And so I went to the jail where they had brought her, persuaded the guards to let me bail her out, and I offered her a job on the spot.
Thought you were crazy at first.
Yes, I'm not surprised, but you know, in my line of work, I appreciate honesty.
Mm-hmm.
And you are as honest as they come.
Just laughter. Doesn't say anything.
Ambrose kind of laughs a little bit too, and he says, "That does sound like Amadeus as well.
Eh.
Let's just say he is not allowed to accompany me whenever I speak to Lady Elowen. Because he does not really appreciate some of the scathing words she has to say, and will speak up, which is not something you're supposed to do in front of Elowen.
Yes, I have gotten that, fuck, what's the word?
Impression.
Impression, yes. Yes, I have gotten that impression from things that I've heard about her. Mostly from Vidya.
Yes, Vidya, unfortunately, is a very, let's just say he's very close in her circles. Not by his, own wanting to be there, but by assignment.
Yes.
I think if it were up to him, he would not be anywhere near her. I don't even think he would want to follow her.
I could honestly agree. When I was talking to him, when we were talking to him, as if Elowen still was there.
Yes. She haunts all of us when she is able to view every single action we do.
Yes. Well, I'm just hoping that when we do talk to her, that at least we'll be able to keep our mouth shut. If we're patient enough and the right people do the talking. And she kind of looks both at Tagok and fuck, what's Audrey's?
Sarzoth.
Yeah, she looks at Tagok and Sarzoth.
I kind of like very like smirkily look up into the air and just
Because some of us, when they use their words, they land in quite a bit of trouble.
Ambrose just nods and says, "Yes, I would say that only one of you should do the talking. Not because I do not think that some of you are incapable. Mostly because, well, if you do not have experience talking to people like Elowen, you may end up dead."
I think I'll volunteer myself for that position then. Given my job is literally talking to people.
Mhm.
I'm a diplomat.
Likewise.
Hey! This is out of character. But hey!
Hey.
Hey! I also just realized that these two are if almost like you kind of swapped like the proportions of Tagok and Kalina.
They're a good foil.
It's like, yeah, they're a good foil.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Kalina just smiles and nods. Yes, so I've talked to quite a number of people that have been less than how shall I say? Sorry, hold on.
Narcissistic.
Like, yes, narcissistic. Sorry, hold on.
Waiting on Foxy.
I'm sorry, I had to mute. My sister was knocking on the door, and like I have my sign on that says I'm live, and I was like, I asked, just like, what are you doing? I'm live, and then she held out a plate of food for me.
Oh.
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 She made me dinner.
Oh.
Okay, this
Hard.
is a pause for stream. I just want to say that I love my sister. She's awesome,
Yes.
and you all should appreciate her. Love her or
We do.
perish.
Yeah, she's pretty great.
Shout out to my
She's
sister.
awesome. She's amazing.
Shout out to the good siblings.
Shout
Yeah,
out
shout
to
out to the good
sisters.
siblings. Yeah, shout out to
siblings.
my sister. She's awesome, and I love her. Anyway,
Shout out
back to Kalina.
So, yes. And you said, what was the word? And Ambrose said, narcissistic.
Yes, narcissistic.
That is Elowen to a T.
Well, I would like to think that I have the patience of a saint. I've been told that I have a good amount of patience for someone who is a diplomat.
Sure you do. I say under my breath.
Does Kalina hear this? Does a 17 passive perception pick this up?
I'd say just barely, yes.
Kalina, she turns to him and just says, "What did I tell you about watching your tongue?"
I watched it indeed. In fact, I whispered it.
Kalina just sighs and just says, "This is why I'm going to be doing the talking, Sarzoth."
I cross my arms and just look the other way.
Angry teenager. Also, what the fuck was that?
Water.
Sorry, I
Water.
was pissing.
No, I'm washing my
No.
hands. Because I opened a pack of cheese that is quite wet. I want some
Ah.
more cheese.
Mm.
That is very
I
wet
bought some.
cheese.
Eating
it's
shredded
farmer's
cheese out of the
cheese.
bag.
No, it's farmer's cheese. It's literally a round block of cheese that I got at the farmer's market.
Good times, but also
Um,
shredded cheese out of the bag.
And
I can't
I'm
stand
going
that
to
because shredded cheese is like powdery.
literally just grab a fork and eat it.
Yes.
Some of it, because it is
Good times.
massive.
Anyway,
Cheese aside.
yeah, cheese aside. Yeah, Kalina, like, she said that, and Sarzath crossed his arms and huffed, and Kalina just ignores it, says, "So, when exactly will we be arriving in the city anyway?"
Ambrose turns to look at the window and draws the curtain a little bit, peeking outside, and says, "Well, just a few more minutes now, I think. And then you'll have to walk up the stairs to the palace." He says he kind of like, ugh. Of course, you have to walk up the stupid stairs. And then you'll be granted audience with Elwyn.
Alright.
I don't know
Do you
what...
have any advice for talking to Elwyn other than having only one of us speak?
Well, watch what you say and how you say it, because, quite frankly, she jumps to conclusions.
I see, I see.
Gives me a slight punch in the chest. Just like, you better watch your tongue, damn it.
Better watch your tongue! Yeah.
Okay, robot.
Kalina's, yeah, it's like,
You're
what?
kind of fucked.
Specifically when you said yeah, it just roboted.
Oh,
that
no.
Was you. That
Yeah,
was you,
it did.
Eros.
Oh no!
It did for me, and it was like a really drawn out, just really
Oh.
staticky.
I'm the
Oh,
only
no.
person who didn't get robot, apparently.
I'll work.
Okay, but, Kalina's just like, just for a brief moment, like, she's just thinking internally, yeah, we're not letting Sarzath talk at all. And,
Jeez.
yeah, Kalina, she, nods in response to this and says, alright. Is there anything else that I should take note of?
Ambrose sort of taps his chin and says, well, until she speaks to you, do not look at her. Avert your eyes until she asks you something. And then you may look at her. She is very particular about these things.
Alright. And
Oh,
Kalina,
that
she
is-
is actually gonna pull out her notebook and start writing all this stuff down.
That is gonna get smoked, isn't it?
If she's paying attention to you, she might. She might
My
slap you.
disrespect for the gods is so gonna get me killed.
My God,
Yeah.
it's just gonna be
More just-
silently vibrating in the background
Yeah.
with the waves of heat coming off of her.
Ah, so like the pavement in summer.
That's why you plant geraniums in your beds and nothing else.
I know that all too well because I walk outside barefoot all the time.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah,
Kalina,
be like that.
she's also gonna ask, so, do all of us have to be in that room with Elwyn? Or can there possibly just be a select few of us?
Well, if there are less of you, there's less opportunity for slip-ups and
Exactly.
her causing damage. Oh, and
Yeah.
if you slip up, probably the first thing she is going to try to do is cut you in half. To be quite frank. She uses a magic blade that slices through the air at ridiculous speeds. The only reason Amadeus did not get sliced in half that one time is because the armor we have given him is made out of a type of metal that is resistant to that.
I'm
He
just
was
like
lucky in that
internally
regard.
thinking, that's kind of hot.
Damn, slicing
Elena,
in
you're
half
not
is kind of
wrong.
hot.
You're not wrong, but
Kalina just hears this and her.
No, I said
Like, she-
internally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kalina just
This was my
hears
thought.
this. Like,
Not you speaking, but like what Ambrose
Ah.
said.
but yeah, Kalina just hears this, and she kind of blinks and just says, "All right, better be sure to only bring in a select few then." And she makes a list of everyone, all of their names, and she starts crossing a few people out. If you would, if anyone would like to make a perception check, like Eros, is it okay if I do this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, is it okay if I do? Yeah, I'm thinking like, yeah, okay, so yeah, she's writing down everyone's names. I'm actually also gonna do this just so I can. Hold on.
I would like to make said perception
A-
check.
As y'all are kind of
I'll make
doing
it.
this, I'm just gonna let Ambrose continue.
I would as well.
Oh,
Because of this, I would suggest that you do not stand too close to her throne. That magic blade does have a range, and if you stand without sight of it, well, it will not cut as deep. It will merely graze the surface.
Also, Fen, I'm pretty sure you can't read.
Fen can't read.
Can I read? Wait a minute.
I don't
I'm pretty
think
sure you
Fen
can't
can
read.
Don't think Fen can read.
I don't think
I
Fen
rolled
can
an 18
read.
in perception.
I would not. What'd you say?
I would not be confident in Fen's ability to read.
What was that, Audrey?
Wait,
I rolled a 18 in perception.
All
Fen
right.
read.
Fen cannot read.
Okay,
Wait, no.
you rolled an 18 in perception, Sarzov?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
so, you look over to Kalina's little notebook that she has out, and she's written a list of everyone in the party's names: Kalina, Tagok, Fen, Freya, Sarzoth, you, Kolbart, Chatu, Asami, and Clement. So far,
Acknowledge.
she has crossed out a few of these names. One of them being your name. The other two being Fen and Freya.
Oh no. The
She's
baby.
kind of,
The dog is
Tapping.
perfectly fine.
Dog
she's
can
kind
say.
of,
Why is my dog fine?
I don't know.
she doesn't speak.
I'm just gonna stare at
Yeah,
her.
Yeah,
That's what
also
dogs
she is,
do.
I will say that she is tapping on Asami's name, and you watch her as she crosses it off.
Yeah, no, the dog stays with
I
me.
just like. Now I'm just pissed, and I'm like, that was a quite biased opinion. I do have quite respect when needed. You just quite frankly piss me off.
Kalina just chooses to ignore him.
Though you do hear Ambrose sort of like hold back his laughter a little bit. He's like, spiteful one.
Hagak's temperature rises slightly.
Do you want me
Yeah,
to
Kali-
do to you what I did to Tagok?
Kalina just looks over at him. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will be sliced in half. And not by me.
I mean, I've
Kinda
already
hot.
stabbed him.
Sensing the tension, Ambrose says, "We're almost there. I can see the temple just ahead of us."
That's good. And Kalina, she does like she is like tapping on one name on her list, and she's just kind of looking at it. If anybody wants to make a perception check.
I bet it's
Well,
I will
apparently I
try
can't
once again.
read. Apparently I can't read,
I already
so...
made a perception check.
If any of you want to do it again,
I would like to try again because mine was sad.
If you want to try again.
Mine was
Okay.
List?
yeah,
That's
'cause she's
better.
tapping on one more name. Because, like, 4 have been crossed off, leaving
Ooh, Tagok got a 19.
19.
I rolled
okay.
a 15 base.
You look at Kalida's notebook and see that she is tapping her pencil over Colbart's name. And you can
Yeah.
see that she is looking at it, and you can tell that she's focused. She has her focus face on. You know this face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, eyebrows slightly furrowed, and just
Her head's tilted a bit and
Yeah.
her mouth kind of curves slightly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what she's doing, and eventually she does move her pencil away, but still staring intently at the list. And she does look over at you, and she does lean in and whisper to you, "Do you know if you would be comfortable staying behind?" This is to Tagok, by the way.
And if I do go in,
No, this is
Wait,
no, this it was to Tagok.
This is to me.
sorry.
It's
No
okay.
The Discord likes to cut off a lot.
Yeah. They could at least bring it up.
Yes, that's true. I'm also debating on having you stay behind, no offense. You're great protection, but I know that you tend to speak up and not let anything stay in your mind for too long. You've gotten better over the years, but this, I would rather not have you endanger your safety. Because this is Elwyn. But then again, she did want to specifically see you.
Exactly. And sorry, but you're not going anywhere where I'm not.
I figured you would say that.
You feel the carriage stop, and you see Ambrose holding something as you look up. And you see he has a slight frown on his face, and he says, "I know you're over there making a little list of who to take in, but well, here." And he hands you a note, and it at the bottom you see that it is signed by Vidya.
Oh.
And the note says, "We might have a slight problem. She's caught on to the entire party, and she wants to meet all of them."
Kalina, she sees this and frowns and sighs. Sorry, I swallowed a bit of
Shit.
food. And she just says, "Oh, dear." And then she turns to the rest of the group and says, "All right, everyone. Listen very carefully. None of you are to speak. Only I will do the talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't look at her in the eyes, unless she specifically addresses you. Just keep your head down. Don't say a word. If she's going to talk to anyone, or verbally attack anyone, it's going to be me. Alright? That means you too, Fen. Don't look at her.
Before we do this, Alina,
Yes?
I mean this in both a way of forming mutual respect, but also that could be useful to all of us. How would you feel if I were to train you so that you don't need a bodyguard? In fact, you may be able to even use my spirit if I tuck it into.
I have been thinking of getting proper training, yes, but right now is not a time to discuss that, but if the meeting goes well, we can discuss it later.
Alright.
The door of the carriage opens, and Ambrose and Amadeus step out and gesture you to follow. And I'm guessing you all do.
Yes,
Yeah.
Kalina steps
Yep.
out of the... Yeah, Kalina follows.
As you step out of the carriage, you see Ambrose hugging somebody, and you see that it is Vidya.
Hey, Vidya!
Vidya is, awkwardly patting Ambrose on the head.
Oh yeah, 'cause tall.
Because
And-
tall.
Tall.
And on Amadeus's face, you see for the first time his expression has changed, and he has a slight smile as he gives a
Aw.
pat on Vidya's shoulder.
Aww. Family.
Ambrose then turns to all of you and says, "Well, I wish you all the best of luck. Vidya will give you some more information about what exactly Elwyn is seeing you for before you enter the fighting rink, as it will." And he kind of like rolls his head a little bit, like, yeah.
Understood. Thank you for escorting us, Ambrose.
Of course, he says as he lightly bows to you, his crown kind of like swinging down, like the sharp
Kalina
points of it.
also... Yeah, Kalina also does a light bow in return.
Tegak, you notice that Amadeus gives you a nod, like a, "You got this, bud."
You got this, bro. You got
Nod
this.
back.
Give them the nod. He gives you the
Si-
nod. You give him
Silent
the nod.
bodyguard nod.
Mm-hmm.
They then get back
Yeah.
in the carriage, and Ambrose waves to you out the window as the carriage sets off again, leaving you standing at the base of the temple's steps with Vidya, who seems even more nervous than he was before. And he says, "Well, I'm glad to see that you've all made it here in one piece, and in record time, it seems."
As to you. So... Oh, wait, before she says that, does he have his hood up?
Yes, he does, but you notice that the gemstone looks a little gray,
Mm.
like slightly grayed, not as vibrant as it usually is.
Okay. I think she is going to ask about that, just like... Is it just me, or... Have the gemstones in your hood lost, their color slightly?
He nods and says, "Yes, that is because she is not directly looking through me. It is only passive.
I see.
So, she can hear, but she is not paying attention."
Alright. She makes a mental note to keep an eye on those gemstones. So, what exactly does she want to speak to us about?
He kind of like he wrings his hands together and he says, "Well, it seems she wants information about your mission. She's curious, and, well, she heard Zephyrus was involved and immediately wanted to know more."
I see. Is there anything else that we should know before going in?
Well, let's start walking and I'll tell you some more.
Yes, of course.
As you continue walking, he says, well, you should, definitely know that, of course, I'm sure you've heard from my cousin Ambrose that she jumps to conclusions and she is very quick to anger.
Yes.
And I'm sure he's told you about her blade,
Yes. Also that.
but, well, be careful what you say in the temple. She usually keeps an eye out through all of the, frequenters of the temple, and they themselves can be quite nosy and listen into things, so I suggest you keep your voices down, and,
Of course.
well, just move quickly.
Alright.
We don't want to dwell too long.
And she does, turn to everyone else before saying, alright, from now on, just try not to talk at all. Especially when we get inside the temple.
Silent nod.
Pretty soon, you see the, grand doorway of the temple, just ahead of you. It is made out of pale sandstone, and there's gold gilding everywhere.
Well, that's pretty.
You smell, the heavy scent of incense that drifts through the air like a thick fog. And, Vidya just pauses and takes a deep breath before, continuing forward.
Kalina follows and looks back at the group, just like giving them that look, just like, don't you dare mess this up. She doesn't say anything. Just that look.
As you enter the main hall of the temple, you can see just how many people are in there, even this late in the day.
Oh, wow.
You can tell that even with some of them who have hoods on, they all have their eyes on you. They're all, laughing quietly, sneering and whispering to one another as you pass.
Kalina doesn't say anything. She just keeps on walking, head held high. And she's probably just like looking over all of them, just like, because she's so tall. And the heels.
Yeah.
She's a woman on a mission.
Though,
Walking
as
and
you do pass a small group that is close to the center, the long rug that is laid out that you're walking on, you hear someone say to their companion next to them, I sure do hope for his sake that these guests don't cause a scene, or else he'll be surely punished.
Kalina takes interest in this. She doesn't, like, do anything yet, but she does lean in to whisper to, Vidya. Did I just hear someone say that we better behave or he will get punished? Who's he?
He, like, makes, like, a little huff laugh, and he says, they're talking about me.
They're talking about you.
He just nods.
Well, we'll be sure to not mess this up. For your sake.
He,
Turn up.
He looks down at you. You can tell that he is very grateful. You know.
Yeah, and she just gives him a smile and nods. How are the gemstones doing, by the way?
His gems are a little brighter, but not as bright as they usually are.
Okay.
You can tell that about everybody's gems in the room are like the same.
Okay. Alright. So, Elowyn definitely has, not a close eye, but she's definitely listening in properly now. But yeah, Kalina, she doesn't say anything and keeps walking.
Soon enough, you reach a doorway that is veiled by green fabric. It's opaque and you cannot see through it. There are two heavily clad knights that are standing on either side. Vidya then turns to all of you and he says, "All right, here it is. Are all of you ready?"
I suppose so. And she looks towards everyone and just kind of nods her head down a little bit. It's like, come on, do the thing. Do the thing!
Vidya then turns back to the guards. They nod at him and draw back the veil.
And Kalina, she keeps her head down as she walks forward, and I hope everyone else does the same.
Yup.
I do.
Fan, you better fucking do it.
He's like,
I
I'm
don't
look
want to just on
this
I don't want
ground.
to just on a
What are we gonna do about the dog, though?
I've
Asami's
kind
well
of-
behaved.
okay. I'm like, she's also still a dog. She's going to look at human or person or whatever. I just want to tell her, just don't look at her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you enter the room,
I will keep my eyes down.
okay, you see that this room is more ornate. Though you're still looking at the floor, you can see just the tips of green silk that flutter as they hang from the high ceilings. You see on either side of the room, on the other side of pillars, there are trenches of water that are alight with black flames.
Oh.
And it creates a runway directly to the throne.
Oh boy.
You briefly look up to see the throne and see that there is a curtain drawn in front of it. Kind of like circular around it on its pedestal.
Yes.
And there are two very finely dressed guards. As you draw close, Vidya stops, causing you all to stop as well.
Yes.
He then
Sorry.
takes a
something fell.
bow and begins speaking. "My lady, I have brought the Queen's heroes here to you as you have requested." After a moment, you hear a voice from behind the drape.
God.
"Very good, Vidya. You have served me well. I expect no less from one of house service." The curtain then begins to be drawn back by the two guards, and on the golden throne sits Elowyn herself. Her large dress basically lays out across the floor. You thought it had been a rug, but no. It's her dress that pools out onto the floor. It is a sharp green color. Her hair is pale white almost as it drapes over her shoulders. You can't see her face from your current position of looking slightly down, but you can still, in your peripherals, see her. You see Vidya step to
go
the
ahead.
side of you, allowing you all to be the center of her attention.
Yes.
She then says, "I'm glad that you could make it here on such short notice, especially since I had such a hard time tracking you down, even though I have eyes everywhere. But that's not the matter at hand right now." And then she, you see her sort of like wave her hand a little bit, and she says, "You are permitted to look at me now."
Kalina, she, looks up at
I
her.
look up.
Yeah, you're all allowed to look at her now.
I'm debating if I'm gonna.
Fen looks up.
On her face, you see that, like, her expression is devoid of almost any emotion, except for maybe boredom.
Yeah.
Her gaze is icy cold.
Yeah. But yeah, Kalina just looks up at her and nods. Thank you, milady.
She gives a smile, but it is not a genuine smile at all.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very, I don't know how to describe it. It's fake.
Yeah. Kalina definitely recognized those looks. Definitely. It's like the smile that you only keep up to be polite and keep up appearances.
She then says, "Now, of course, to the matter at hand. I would like to know more about your mission. I've heard that it involves the Holy King Zephyrus and, well, I want to know everything."
Crunch! God
Crunch.
damn it!
That's funny.
Oh, Audrey.
She then, like, does a very fake smile and says, "Oh, and don't worry about anybody else hearing. This room is sealed with a magical barrier. And these guards here," she says as she gestures to them, like, at her feet, "are deaf and blind, so pay them no mind."
Kalina internally is just like, eh.
What the fuck?
Yeah, just like internally giving herself a pep talk, just like, okay, Kalina, you can do this. You can do this. But yeah, Kalina, she nods and says, "Yes, of course, our mission. And you are correct in hearing that it does involve Zephyrus himself."
She just simply nods at this and looks at you expectantly.
Our plan is to get inside the Arias tree, and we are planning on gathering elemental catalysts from all 4 of the elemental gods. And when these catalysts are combined, it will create a magic so powerful that we will be able to get inside the Arias tree and get to Zephyrus.
she sort of like leans on one of her hands. She's
Yeah, it's like,
pretty
"Oh, this is-
interested now.
This is interesting.
And she sort of like hums a little bit.
I was like, oh, okay. okay. Then, once we get to Zephyrus, we... Sorry, my brain. Fuck. It's hungry! And it has food right here, but I can't eat right now because it'll pick up on the mic.
Hmm.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Her brain
No,
is
like-
hungry.
Food.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
But
tell
yeah,
him.
okay. But yeah. But yeah, Kalina, she continues. Then, once we get inside the Aureus tree and to Zephyrus, we are planning on detaching him in a way. And we have a way of, and a plan, might I add, of bringing Verbena back from the dead.
She very abruptly sits up, putting her hands on like both of her armrests, and her eyes are wide as she leans forward. She says, "You're going to bring back my mother? Our mother?"
What?
Oh,
What? Kalina, in her brain, she's like, what the fuck? But in her mind, like, she just says, yes, lady. For if the corruption of the Aureus tree continues, it will endanger everyone in all of the four realms, mortal and gods alike.
She sort of like tenses up at that, and she's like, "Oh shit!
Yeah, I was like, oh shit!
Oh
It's like,
shit! This
yeah, it's like-
involves me! Ah, fuck!"
Yeah, it's like, you know what? It's like, she didn't really think about it before, but now that Kalina explains it, she's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Shit. The math is mathing.
She then just sort of very slowly sits back against her throne, hands like clasped, like fingers interlinked, and she looks a little like, well, shit.
It's like, well, this was not how I was expecting this meeting to go. We surprised a goddess!
again.
Again! If we surprised a goddess, if we got a nickel for every time we surprised a goddess, we'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened twice.
Yes.
I don't even remember the first time, but I know it happened
Yeah.
with this group.
Eh. Eh.
It definitely happened.
But yeah, Kalina, she, continues. If my brain will work. If my brain will fucking work. Okay, so, bringing Verbena back from dead. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself. Ah!
Hey, whatever works.
Yes, okay, so bringing Verbena back from the dead. Elowin is like, what, you want to bring back Ma?
My mother.
Kalina's just like, yes. And then so it's just like, yeah, if the corruption continues by Zephyrus and we don't remove him, it will endanger all of the 4 realms, mortal and god alike. And Kalina, she continues. We are hoping that we can get inside the Arias tree as soon as possible, within the next couple months or so. We unfortunately do not have an exact time frame yet, but we would rather it be sooner than later.
She nods and says, I am guessing that to utilize this power of the catalysts, you will need to train yourselves.
Yes, quite. The power that we are being given by each of the gods is quite powerful, and we do not want to risk either endangering ourselves or anyone else. So training is a must for these catalysts.
She then sort of taps her chin and she says, Tell me, and be truthful. Have any of you felt any jealousy for your other party members' abilities or powers?
Well, it kind of
Kalina-
makes sense that she's asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Do you
Yeah.
feel envious of your traveling companions? In any way?
I mean, Kalina, like, I don't think she would, because, like, you know, she has her strengths, and everyone else has theirs. And, like, sure, like she might be a little
Barbara just has
like,
thinking face.
yeah, just yeah, like, she wouldn't want things to change for how they are, at least now, because, like, Kalina's comfortable with how she is. I don't think anyone is gonna say anything.
I'd be fine.
Yeah, cause, like, you know, Kalina's the one doing the talking. And Kalina just says, no.
She has seen everything.
But yeah, Kalina, she just says, no. Not that we're aware of. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, and we all balance each other out and work as a group quite well.
That is good, but be warned that jealousy can break you apart very easily, and with all of you wielding very powerful magic and abilities, that does not bode well. I'm sure you know that Zephyrus is a epicenter of corruption.
Yes, milady. We are well aware.
Well then, I'm sure that eventually you might have figured out that as you draw closer to him, it will truly bring out the worst of all of you. It is his only defense to cause others to fight amongst themselves instead of focusing on him. He does not do it intentionally, but it is a natural defense. So, if you are to succeed in your assault on the Arias tree, you will need protection against these temptations.
Kalina just nods and asks, is there anything that you have in mind, my lady?
Yes, indeed, she says as she smiles. It's a
Is
little...
is it genuine?
It's genuine, but also, like, a little little devious. A little devious.
Little devious. Okay.
Like, yeah, I've got
Okay.
something. I've got
It's
something.
like, oh, I got something. It's like, oh, I've been waiting to whip this out. I wanted to show someone for so long. Like that kind of smile. It's like, I've been working on these for so long. I finally get to show someone.
It's been so long since I've had to use this. Come on,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
She then, you see her as she places her hands on the arms of her throne and pushes herself to stand.
Oh.
You see that she stands at about 10 feet tall at her
Oh, shit.
standing height. And she then begins walking down the little stairs, her big ball gown sort of dragging behind her.
Oh, shit.
And then she gives you a little smile and she says, "Are you all ready to receive a gift?"
Kalina, she nods and says, I suppose so. Might we ask what it is?
She nods and says, "This is something I have not used in many thousands of years, but in the old days of yore, us sins were permitted to give gifts to the mortals who we deemed worthy to protect them from temptation. And mine will protect you from becoming envious of your fellow friends."
Kalina just nods and says, I see. Well, I suppose we're as ready as we'll ever be. Will this hurt at all?
It should not.
I just kind of think to myself, I hope so.
She just says, "It should not."
Should not.
I don't like this, but I'm trying not to say anything.
Yeah, Fed is very kind of on guard. Doesn't seem to fully trust the situation right now.
Elowen then begins removing her gloves. Like,
Also,
she
like-
has the
like,
long opera gloves on. She's taking
Like,
them off.
sorry, can Kalina, like, roll a history check to see if, like, this, like, what Elowen has said holds true?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Ooh. Total 25.
Hell yeah.
You do indeed remember that reading once in a book of all of the gods and their history, that it said that in the past the Lords of Sin helped stray people away from sinful thoughts and actions.
Oh.
And that as the world has become a more corrupted place, quote from the book, the sins reflect that and seem to guide people towards them now. Though in rare cases, it has been seen that they will help people that they only truly deem worthy. Though the cases have dwindled significantly.
Yes, but since we have said that we are going to revive her mom,
My mammy.
yeah, I was like, yeah, bro, I want to see my mom again.
I want my mama.
I want my mom. I want Dolly Parton back. I wanted to stop working a 9 to 5 and come home.
Yeah.
I made a Dolly Parton joke everywhere. Yeah, but Kalina, she just nods and kind of just stays there, waiting for Elowen to just basically do whatever she has to do and like tell her what Kalina has to do and whatnot.
Yeah. She is currently just taking off her gloves. And you watch as she kind of bundles them up and like sticks them down the front of her dress, like in the cleavage. Just,
Oh,
you know, just stick them in the front.
I thought you meant a pocket.
No,
But
just-
I mean, like, I guess
The
I
titty
mean,
pocket.
yeah.
The
I
titty,
mean, it is a pocket
It
the
is a
titty
pocket.
for
All I'm
those who have
thinking-
them.
All I'm
Yeah.
thinking is just, first she cuts people in half, now this. I can't help myself.
Stars off, very interested in
God.
Big Scary Lady.
Anyway,
You see that her hands, the very, like, tips of her fingers are stained green, like a very dark emerald green. And, like, her nails are delicately painted gold.
well, that's pretty.
And, she then, like, puts her hands together, like, facing, like, one hand facing upwards, like, towards the sky, and then the other one on top. And then she, like, begins... Don't you say that! Don't you say Packers colors!
Fuck you!
The Green Bay
I
Packers!
hate it. I fucking hate it.
You know, it's
Ethan, why
like
did you have to do that?
Hate you.
As a Wisconsinite, I'm kind of
Required.
I kind of have to.
Required.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. You
You
don't.
don't.
She
Two
be-
other Wisconsinites are saying
Shush.
no.
Hush, children. Hush, Wisconsinites.
Okay, fine then. As a Green Bay person, I'm kind of required to.
Okay, I will continue now. She begins rubbing her hands together, and then after you kind of see like little sparkles sort of appear just around her hands, very faintly. She then like clasps her hands together, and she like looks down at all of you and smiles, and then she sort of slides her one hand across the other in like a big sweeping motion, and then over all the tops of your heads. And you see as like little glittering particles that come from her hand drift down over the tops of all of your heads.
Sparkles.
And they sort of come to rest on your heads. And she, after that, she sort of like inspects all of you just to make sure that it's stuck and it did its thing. And
Are you all sufficiently glittered?
are you all glittered sufficiently? You've got your glitter on your head now, kids? And she goes down.
Is Asami glittered?
Asami is glittered. Asami has like
Yay!
little gold green glitters on her fur.
Oh, yes.
As she goes down the line, she gets to the end where Fen, Freya, and Asami are, and she pauses and she tilts her head to the side and sort of raises an eyebrow.
Oh no, she's looking at Freya.
Oh, no.
She
Then,
okay, go ahead.
Can I-
Go ahead,
can-
Ben. Yes.
then kind of puts myself in front of Freya a little bit. Kind of pulling Freya a little bit behind me.
She takes like a slight step over towards you, the both of you, and then she sort of kneels down in front of you, and like her skirt sort of poofs out a little bit,
Well,
and she takes a closer look at you, And she says, it seems that my little experiments have escaped.
Kind of.
It's no matter, though. I knew that those scientists were foolish. I knew they were going to fail me. But it seems that it wasn't all for naught. As she looks between both Fen and Freya.
Doesn't know what is happening, but kind of is getting not real good vibes from this person right now. So Fen just
Confusion,
kind of
but good vibes.
bares his teeth at her. Kind of growls a little bit, bares his teeth.
Kalina, like, she hears this and her eyes just snap over to Fen.
She chuckles a little bit and says, "Oh, don't be so aggressive. They did make you from my blood after all."
But
She says as she, like, smiles down at the two of you.
what?
What? Where's my pen? Where's my pen? Where's my pen?
Sorry, I have a chill.
I swear if we have another fucking demigod in the party.
Nope, not demigods.
Different
Literal god.
Well,
vibe.
you remember Freya is a experiment.
Half-baked. Yeah, experiment, but Fen?
The tiny 4-foot person I body slammed into the ground?
They're both tiny. They're both small babies.
Oh, small. Confusion.
Okay. Fen just kind of looks at her and says,
You cut out there,
Okay.
girl.
You just robot there, bud.
Robot,
Mhm.
poor
Okay.
robot.
Fen just kind of looks at her and just goes, like, Fen is one confused and also not happy with her right now. Fen just looks at her and just like, I'm not from you. What are you talking about?
Oh, it seems they did not say. You remember where you came from, correct? That cult? That cave?
I remember woods. That's it.
She sort of, like, frowns a little bit. Like, not like a upset, like, angry frown, but just a slight disappointed frown. And she says, it seems that they have done something to your brain. Made you forget.
What the fuck?
Freya then speaks up behind you, Fen, and says, I didn't forget. I remember the cave. And Elwyn says, well, have you ever wondered how they were able to create or attempt to create a god? They had to use a god's blood. And I volunteered.
This is all just Bloodborne!
Bloodborne. Bloodborne. The old gods. The great ones. Welcome to Bloodborne.
Fen
Welcome to FromSoft.
Fen
Hi, this is Open Hearts and welcome to FromSoft.
Okay, continue, Fred. Fen.
Then just kind of like takes a step backwards, pushing Freya's still behind me, so kind of pushing Freya back, but kind of takes a step away from her. And just is kind of snarling, just not happy. Like Fen just says, trying to think. Brain is blank right now, that's weird.
Bark, bark, woof, woof, snarl.
Yeah,
I'm now
Just-
going to bark at you.
Fen just kind of, takes a step back, pushing
Bark, bark,
Freya
bark, bark, bark.
with me, and just goes, I'm not from there.
She just
I'm
sighs and says,
Human.
sighs and says, it seems you still don't remember. But I remember. I remember you. You were very promising. I did have high hopes for you. They told me you had died. And all this time I was mourning the loss of such a promising little one. And to think that they had lied to me, and you had just gotten out.
I'm not a little anything to you.
Well, you are little compared to her.
You are a little bit
your mouth.
her.
Ben is trying to be
Yeah,
dramatic and
Glenna
angry
is
here.
just like
Stop it.
listening intently now.
Ben is trying to be angry and dramatic here. Stop it.
It's cute.
Stop calling me short.
Oh, he is short though.
B-dubs?
I mean, he is a moss baby. Fen is a
He's
moss
only 2
baby.
inches shorter than me, technically. Like in real life.
Small man. Anyways, she just sort of like looks down at you, and it's like she's disappointed that you don't remember and that you're being aggressive. She's like, I gave my blood to you for you to exist, and now you do this to me. Sag.
Brain says Fen would want to attack her, but I'm thinking probably not the best idea.
Mm-hmm.
She has like stood back up now, and she's just sort of like,
Yeah, Fen just kind of continues to snarl at her and growls mixed in.
I just kind of
Asumi is
like
also
look at
doing the same.
Fen. I kind of just look at Fen and I'm like, well, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
won't say
same
it,
thing with
but, like,
Kalita,
the-
like
the
she's
look-
giving
the look.
Fen, the look. Just like the look.
Hold on. I just found out that I'm literally made in a lab, and this person was involved in it. Why would I be nice?
I
valid.
understand
Because
that,
if
but we
you're
don't
not,
want you to
she
get
might
sliced
kill
in
you.
half. Yeah, we don't want you to get sliced in half.
I'm not looking
No.
at you. I am looking at the ground and trying to keep, literally, like figuratively, keep my cool.
Yeah.
Trying to keep the temperature down. Think
Elowen,
of ice cubes.
Elowen just
But yeah, I
sighs.
think Fen just continues to growl. Asumi's doing the same next to me, and we're both in front of Freya, kind of blocking her from.
Freya is
Elowen.
just big confused.
I was like, huh?
What? You're telling me
Mom?
she's my blood donor?
Wait,
What?
So, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. We're on stream.
Oh god.
Type it.
Yeah, keep your mouth shut.
Type it. But Elowen just sighs and she says, well, you all have been given protection now. If you want, you can seek out my siblings and ask them to receive a gift. I'm sure that they will give it to you once they hear that you do plan on bringing our mother back.
Fuck you, Audrey.
Answer is yes. Answer is yes. She's indeed a MILF. I've said worse, but
Yeah, Kalina, like, she hears this and she nods and just says, thank you, milady. We may consider doing that if we have time, and we greatly appreciate this.
of course. Now, she then like closes her eyes a little bit and turns to Vidya, who's like standing off to the side, and she says, "You are free to take them. It is late, and I have much to do, as you know." Vidya just nods and then like sort of gestures y'all to like, come on, go.
Yep. Kalina gives
Time to go.
like a slight bow to Elowen before turning to leave and follow.
I'm assuming that all of you just exit stage left, TM.
I'm
Finn is still
gritting my
on
teeth.
Finn is still very not happy.
Jaw is clenched.
Finn is still, yeah, kind of not making sounds, but still kind of snarling.
He's bristly, TM.
Oh, he's bristly.
Oh.
He's gonna, like, leave and just, like, go punch a tree.
He's gonna go bite
Okay,
somebody
climb
on the
one,
leg.
Stop making fun of my eye!
We love him! We love him, but he's a little feral baby. He's angry.
If I get made fun of for my age, you get made fun of for your height.
Okay, we also still do not know Finn's age.
Fen is
Yeah.
ambiguous bastard.
Ben has no gender or race or age. Just
It is Fen.
a being.
Fen is Fen. That is all.
Someone is echoing really bad.
Oh no.
Echo?
I don't hear an echo.
Yeah, me
Mine.
neither.
Oh my god, it's the stream. I'm hearing the stream.
Audrey!
I thought I had the
Delicious.
stream muted.
Delicious. Delightful. So, as you exit the throne room, the guards at the front door close the curtain, and you continue walking a fair little bit away from the main door, before Vidya just sighs really heavily and turns to all of you and says, well, that went better than expected.
Kalina she also lets out a sigh and just says, yes, I was honestly expecting it to go south in one way or another, but
It did a
I'm-
little bit.
yeah, but not to the point where it turned violent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least she didn't cut anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Trying to
really
cut
want
her.
her.
But yeah, Kalina continues and says, I'm just happy that we all came out in one piece and that she is on our side.
That's honestly very surprising. She is usually not very trusting.
Oh! Audrey!
Audrey, no.
Audrey!
Audrey.
What happened?
You good?
Audrey, are you there?
Audrey?
You good?
You
Yeah.
good, hon?
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. We're just worried.
You
But
just
yeah,
died on
Kalina-
us there, hun.
Oh. Yeah, it said that it disconnected, but I didn't leave the call. It was weird.
Whack.
Mm. But yeah, Kalina, she just kind of smiles and chuckles a little bit. Well, guess it is my job after all to make people trust me, see me as trustworthy, and makes others seem trustworthy as well.
You did quite impeccable job, I must say.
Kalina just just like like the like the little like hand flick, but not the gay one. You're just like, oh, it's like, oh shucks, like when you do that,
Yeah.
that one. And Kalina's just like, thank you. I try my best, but all of you, as she turns to the rest of the group, you all did fantastic in there. Even you, Fen and Freya. Given some unexpected events. I am like, this is out of character, by the way, but I am also surprised that she did not get mad. We didn't
Yeah.
yell at. We didn't get insulted.
You didn't get smited? Didn't get smoked?
Is Kalina just that good of a talker? Am I learning the talk?
I don't know.
Was she in a good mood today? Who knows?
What
Is she capable of being in a good mood?
Shrug. Who knows?
Oh, holy shit.
I think Fen kind of. Fen is angry. Fen is angry, Fen is confused.
Mm-hmm.
I think Fen turns into his wolf form and just starts walking off. Just asked me. Possibly Freya.
Thoughts only, Ingy.
Yeah, no, actually, yes, with Freya. I grab Freya. Like, literally grab her with my teeth, and I just drag her along.
grabs by cloak. Come with.
Yeah. And we start walking off.
Vidya sort of sputters a little bit, and he's like, "Wait, you can't just do that! Oh God!"
When Vidya starts talking, Fen kind of whirls around and just snarls at him.
He kind of like recoils a little bit. He's like, "I know you're, understandably upset, but oh God." He sort of like turns to the rest of the group and he like looks at you pleadingly, like, "Please, guys, do something.
Kalina just
Something about your little guy."
immediately just like kind of power walks to Fen. It's like, Fen, I know you're upset, but you don't know this city, and neither do we. We need to stick together right now, okay?
Fen does a kind of angry / annoyed sounding bark. The deep woof, not
It's like-
not so much a boof. It's a deep woof.
It's like, fine.
But does stick with you guys. Still does, and I keep forgetting his name.
Vidya?
Vidya, yes. He does kind of glare and bare his teeth at Vidya. Whenever he like interacts near Shifan.
Kalina sees this and she's just like, don't take your anger out on him. This isn't his fault.
And girls at Kalina. It's not just snarl, but just more bares my teeth.
Yeah, it's like, Kalina. I don't like your words. I don't like your words, magic lady.
Well, it's more of a, hey, I'm gonna be angry and you can't tell me not to.
I'm gonna be mad. You can't tell me not to be mad. Fuck you.
Yeah, and Kalina's just like,
Okay, sure,
you
little
can
man.
you can be upset if you want to, but we're sticking together, okay? You have a right to be upset. But we're not letting you or anyone else go out in the city on their own. Whether you like it or not.
Frankly, if I may, whether you are made in a lab or born by a mother doesn't make you any less of a person. What makes you a person is your own decisions, your own conscience, your own ability to choose and believe. That is what makes you a person.
He does have a good point. And I'm pretty sure all of you have accomplished that. You chose to stay with us after all.
I'd be honest if I slightly regret turning into a farm. Can't talk.
Talk.
No Tucky. Only dog.
Plop against Kalina's leg. Yeah, just like angrily puts his head on Kalina's leg, just like,
No, Fen, I think.
Oh, fuck.
Um.
I think I just got hot sauce in my eye.
Oh!
Ooh!
Oh no!
God.
How?
I touched my face.
Oh no!
Oh.
It's,
honey.
it's habanero, too.
Flashbacks.
So that's fun.
Gosh.
It wouldn't be the first time, honestly.
Go wash out your eye.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Also, are we gonna take a break soon?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to finish my food. That's why I've been muting on and off. But yeah, what does Fen do?
Are we anywhere near the carriage?
Nope.
Do I know what direction the carriage would be?
Outside somewhere. And the halls that you're in are kind of big, and there are a lot of people in here. And you remember that the carriage left, so they might not be there right now.
I'm gonna walk over to the Kalina Fen group. And then in a very hushed and I think the word is curt tone, she kind of whispers, "We need to leave."
Kalina nods and says, "Yes, of course.
Now.
Come on." And she gestures for everyone to follow her. And she does hold Freya's hand.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like, come on, child. Wait, how tall is Freya again?
4'3".
And Kalina, with the heels, is like 6'7".
7. Yeah,
Oh my god.
that's your child.
Does this mean? Hold on.
Shh, hush, hush, hush.
Jeez,
Friend.
Fen. Fen does follow them, but mainly just sticks by Freya.
Vidya has gone back to walking in front of you. He's taking pretty big strides, trying to very quickly exit the temple and make it outside where there are less people.
I'm gonna round up the back.
Teguk, as you're in the back and you're kind of like watching like the crowd as you go through, you see what looks like guards that were near the door. They lean in to talk to one another, and then they start walking towards the group.
From behind us, or
From in front and off to the side, but to the rest of the group, they probably wouldn't have seen it because it was over to the side through the crowd.
Because I assume Fen would notice. Because I have a pretty high passive perception.
Wait, what passive perception would we need to notice it?
I'd say at least in 18, because
Okay.
the room is very crowded.
Yeah. So
and
I just
if you were not paying
barely
attention
don't
to
notice
anything in the room, you would not have seen it.
yeah.
so I would only notice because I'm paying attention to things in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my perception's not that high. Passive perception's not that high.
15 right now.
Yeah. It's a very crowded room. It's so crowded. And people are moving about all the time.
I kind of move pretty close to the people in front of me. And again, very urgently, we need to go.
The people directly in front of you were Clement and Chatu. Clement says, "What's wrong, Tegok? What do you see?"
She leans a bit closer as they're walking. There's guards come in. Eyes are primed. We have to go.
Clement
Yeah, but do they mean us any harm?
Clement kind of scrunches his face up and he says, "Why would Elwyn be watching us so carefully now, after we talked?"
No, don't like it.
Does Kalina hear this? Like the whispering?
You
Is her
hear
passive perception high enough?
you hear Clement say something about Elwyn, and that catches your attention.
Kalina, she turns over her shoulder and just says, "What about Elwyn?"
Clement leans forward towards you and says, "Tegok says there are guards coming, and the eyes. Look at the gems." Kalina, you look at some of the temple goers, and it seems that every single person in the room, their gems are as bright as they can possibly be.
She wants to see
I
how
feel like at
behave
this point,
after the
Fen
meeting.
would. Sorry.
See how we react to being out of the meeting and seemingly out of her presence. She wants to know if what we said was true and that we mean it. And we do. we would rather have her on our side than not. She is a very powerful woman, after all. And her hesitance is not ideal, but understandable. And she does, like, speak a little bit louder as she says this. It's like, hey, I know you're nervous,
I'm talking
Oh.
to you directly.
but we're not trying to fool you. We do appreciate your help. We're just as nervous as you are.
As you are approaching the door, it is right in front of you, pretty much. You've only got a little bit more to go until you're out of the temple. But then you see a group of guards, about 6, form a line around the door. They
Helena,
stand
Do
in
we
front
all
and
notice it?
put their spears down as like a blockade.
Do we all notice this?
Yeah,
yeah.
everybody sees the guards.
Kalina just asks, can we help you?
You see another armored man step out of the crowd that has now kind of like crowded around you, almost blocking you in, as they're like all super curious about what's going on. Like, ooh, what's gonna happen? You're kind of in the center of like a bunch of civilians that are just sort of watching. The other armored person steps out. They seem to be a bit more fanciful looking.
Mm-hmm.
And he glares directly at Vidya and he says, "You, come on, let's go." And Vidya just kind of like goes, what? Me?" The guard snarls a little bit and says, "Yes, you." And then he looks at the
Kalina-
group and says, "You're all free to go."
Kalina does ask, might I ask what this is about?
The guard growls a little bit and says, "That's none of your business. Now go."
Kalina, like, she is a little, not angry, but somewhat annoyed.
Agok is.
And she says, is someone we trust and who escorted us into the city themselves is being treated as such, I would see it as very much our business, sir.
He squints at you angrily, and he like makes a gesture, and you see that the line of guards at the door all move to like behind you, and like they lower their spears almost threateningly, but more as like, "All right, move." And he says, "I won't be saying it again. You're free to go."
Elena, let's go.
Kalina just is glaring at him, and she does shift her eyes over to Vidya.
You see that Vidya is trying to keep trying to be poised, but you can tell that he is terrified.
Oh no.
Agok puts a hand on Kalina's shoulder. Kalina, please. Let's
Kalina
go.
tenses up, but she just looks at Vidya, gives him a nod, and turns around to leave.
As you're going to leave, you hear the head guard sort of grumble. Why the hell would they care about this lowborn anyways? Now,
Kalina
lowborn,
wants to stop so bad.
lowborn is a very classist slur.
Oh. Oh, Kalina
Oh.
hears this, and she whips her head around. And she says, "Mind repeating that?"
He sort of sneers and says, "You heard me. Why do you care about this lowborn?"
Hagar turns around as well.
It's like, Kalina, please. Kalina?
Not in that way.
She
Oh, she angry.
She's been very upset for a while for various different reasons, but
Mhm.
this is not going well.
Kalina, she takes a step forward and says, "He has been nothing but kind and helpful to us throughout our journey. He has earned our respect and our care."
he just sort of like laughs a little bit and rolls his eyes and then looks at like the rest of his guards and says, "I guess lowborns attract lowborns then." And then you hear the other guards laugh.
That doesn't work on me because I have no idea what that means.
Yeah. But to Tagok, Kalina, and Sarzov specifically, that's the equivalent of hard R slur for you. Like, as.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
That is the equivalent of saying that you are less than the dirt they walk upon.
Yeah.
Kalina,
'Cause
she...
That's kind of the background where Tagox come from. She's not of a noble background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And surely Kalina is of a noble background, but she doesn't care.
She's a good person.
Yeah, she's an actual good person.
Did the guards react to what I said?
I'm about to like flip my shit.
And Kalina, she hears this and just like, well, I suppose it's true that similar people attract those. Sorry, words. Ah!
Yeah. I get what you're trying to say. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Says
she's
the
like,
thing.
well, I suppose it is true that those who are similar gravitate to each other. All of you lot definitely show that.
The people in the crowd sort of, ooh. and murmur, like, ooh, shit, they fighting now.
Oh,
Oh,
the
shit,
girls
they
are fighting.
The girls are fighting.
We get to see to go for this guy's jugular. Yeah, sharp wit and sharp tongue.
And sharp sword.
And sharp sword, but that's for mostly...
That's me.
Shouldn't pick a fight here.
Kalina's not trying to pick a fight.
But you're gonna start one.
Shh. Just watch.
The guard
question.
just, in a second, the guard just kind of sneers a bit again and says, "See, Vidya, this is why you're getting punished. Your little group doesn't know how to hold their tongue in the temple." Vidya
But-
doesn't say anything, but he has his back turned to you, and he's just kind of like looking ahead. He's standing kind of parallel with the head guard.
See that Sven is gonna do something. Sven, big wolf. Big wolf.
Oh no.
Is there anyone between me and the guard?
Kalina is standing there, but other than Kalina, no.
Okay. So I'm gonna get between them. And I'm just going to start snarling and growling at the guard. Fen is angry, Fen is not fully aware of what the fuck I'm doing. But also Fen is like, yeah, I may not be happy with this person right now, but he is still part of group right now, so I must protect. So Fen just lets out a super aggressive snarl and growls and just bares his teeth.
Kalina.
I'm gonna go and
at
grab
the-
Kalina. No, I'm going to grab Kalina. Right now,
Hey!
I'm gonna turn her towards me and say, "We're gonna make the situation worse."
Kalina just looks at Colbart, exhales through her nose, and just says, "I'll be looking forward to speaking with you again, sir. Perhaps not within the walls of the temple, and maybe I can give you a bit more respect, if you will."
All he says is, "I don't need your respect, lowborn. Now go."
Who are you to assume that I'm a lowborn?
I'm pulling her out.
Vidya is trying to gently push you away, Fen. Like, please, just go with your friends. Go, please.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask you something.
Oh boy.
I'm probably gonna regret
I want to
this.
do something.
During this, I'm just pulling Kalina out. No, like, if you're gonna be doing something, Cobart and Kalina moving away.
Yeah.
Just, Eris, I'm asking you a question because I want to do something, but I don't know if it would be a mistake or not.
Probably would be. I'm just saying this right off the bat.
What I want to do would probably be a mistake.
Oh, I know that definitely what you want to do would probably be a mistake, Tagok.
If you want. That is not a good answer. God.
I'm gonna have to bail you out of jail. Again.
Okay, fine.
If I
then.
don't
I'll
get
do what I
smoked.
want.
Guys, do you guys realize that there was a good chance that we could have been killed in that room? Do you really think they would take us to jail? They're gonna fucking kill us. That's why I'm so stressed about this. Please.
Okay.
And I get that.
We're
I'm
in
just
character.
doing what my character would.
Yeah. Same with me.
Continue.
Yep, so. Fen. God, Eris, you. Fuck your answer.
Hush.
Ugh.
Continue.
Fen starts walking towards the door. However, before doing so, he grabs Vidya by, Vidya's, arm, starts pulling him. Like, okay, we're leaving. But we're leaving together.
You hear the guard snarl and say, "Not so fast, you damn mutt." And those of you who are looking at the guard see him draw his sword.
Oh, fuck no. Hell fucking no.
Fen has put himself between Vidya and the guard. Fen just kind of stops and stands guard in front of Vidya and just snarls at the guard like, fucking try it, bitch.
Oh fucking god.
Oh, having an aneurysm right now. Sorry, Colbert.
As the guard goes to strike at you, Fen, you see Vidya basically shield himself over you.
God damn it, Aaron.
How far away am I?
You are
Can
about
I
5 feet from them.
can
I am getting in between there.
well, God. Can I cast a spell?
Yes. What spell do you want to cast?
Misty Step.
Alright. Go ahead.
Can I roll something to try to get him off of me before the guard hits?
One thing at a time. Who goes first?
You can
Colbert.
go, I guess.
Colbert, you're
Okay.
first.
I'm gonna teleport right behind the guard, like literally to the point where I'm touching him so he can lose his balance.
Alright. You just sort of like try to pull him back.
I just want to make him lose his balance, and God. Yeah, I'm just gonna make him lose his balance, and then I'm gonna go and I don't fucking know, man. Just do that first. Do that.
You are able to make him lose balance enough to where his swing does not hit Vidya. Just barely misses him. Tegok?
Okay, that kind of changes a bit of what I was gonna do, because I was gonna try and parry.
Alright. Do you still want to do something?
Yeah, I won't. Oh, fuck it. I will have my sword drawn, but I'm not gonna do shit. I'm
Alright.
just gonna try and stand in front and be there. You managed to wake me up, man.
Yeah. She is awake.
I've
She is awoken.
I've been awake for like 20 hours. Where's my cube?
The cube.
Oh, where's my infinite cube? Because I don't have my stress ball because it broke.
Hey, I also have a fit cube.
Alright,
Where's my infinite cube?
the guard gets knocked off balance, and he notices your presence there, Colbert, and goes to like elbow you with his free hand, like try to elbow behind himself. Dexterity saving throw to dodge.
Mm. 21.
You are easily able to sidestep and dodge out of the way of his elbow. And he whips around to see you. And you kind of shift around, following his back, until you're standing in front of Fen and Vidya. Vidya has now stood back up, and he puts his hand on your shoulder, Colbart, and he says, "We need to go now."
Yep, we're going. We're leaving.
Yeah. Bye bye.
If you
Bye.
said something, I didn't catch it because it's cut out.
He said, "We need to go now."
Yes. Yes. Alright.
I
Even-
will pull up the rear, but I will still have my sword out.
Yeah. You all begin,
Is still on guard.
running down the front steps of the temple.
Oh, I was so close to fucking punching someone. Holy shit.
Third fucking orange that I'm eating tonight, by the way.
And
Eating
technically, we
today.
didn't land a single hit on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanted to so fucking bad.
You hear the head guard say from the front of the steps, like the top, "Get him before he leaves the grounds. That's where our jurisdiction ends." So as soon
Okay,
as
we have a
you,
goal, folks.
so as soon as you
Let's
make
go.
it off the steps,
Bad.
they can't get you.
Run! Yeah, they can't get us!
Fucking run!
The temple
Wait,
guards can't get you.
Run!
Run!
I'm starting the goddamn
Fucking
civil
hell, I
war.
don't have any
Oh no.
area of. I don't have any area of facts anymore. I used to have.
You have about
but now I don't. Wait.
100 or so more feet to go down the steps from where you started running.
I still
Yeah.
don't have an area of facts.
Can I get him on my back and just go?
I
this
pick up
might
Freya?
be- Wait, guys, before we do anything, I've been working on something.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll. Hold on.
Oh, of course, lighting of the beacon starts. Lord of the Rings.
Okay, I have been working on something. If you, arrows, if you deem that we can't use them right now because we're in the middle of combat, but I have been like preparing a list of spells for each element that we can pick and choose from, and that could change
All
the
right.
tide in this kind of thing. But if you deem that we can't use it, that's fine.
Well, what were you thinking of using?
Thinking of using wall of water.
Okay. Well,
Either that, I don't know, wall of water.
wall of water could work, but it might not, considering this is a very large staircase and depending on how big it is, they could go around
Wait,
or just
Wall of
plow
water
through.
tends to be pretty big.
I had brain idea.
What?
I can make
Hey.
it up to 30 feet long.
I have brain idea.
What is your idea?
Technically, I can still do this. Oh wait, does a video have his hood on?
His hood has come off
Okay, it's off.
in the
okay.
chase.
Okay. So I have an idea that I know I can do because I've done it before. This is an emergency thing.
Ooh. Shit's getting real intense here.
Okay, but I am going to grab Vidya as we're running and just say, hold on tight,
What?
and
He just sort of
pull him close and
I'm gonna yeet him.
No, I am not going to yeet him.
I
There's
will
no
choose
way I can yeet him. But
Not with her -3.
I am going to tap my wrist together 3 times. You know what that does.
Yep.
Oh shit.
As I'm holding on to Vidya, I'm taking him to the deep realm with me.
Oh.
Just
Oh shit.
just as you do it, you hear Chatu from behind say, "Kalina, wait!" And then immediately you feel yourself being transported. And
Yeah. Quick question.
yeah. Ben.
Um,
Oh,
what happens to the rest of us?
Well,
It was
We're
the
running.
moment!
Oh, fuck.
well,
Yeah, we're
How are we gonna explain this to Barricade?
Okay, I want to be the last person. I want to be the last person in the line of running, and I'm casting. I don't know what to fucking cast.
Cause I'm like, I'm just
I'm
gonna throw him on
fucking-
my fucking back and go.
well, Kalina, you and Vidya are transported to the deep realm, and once you arrive, you sort of stumble a little bit, and then you hear whining. You look over to see Fen, who is still holding on to Vidya's arm.
Oh no!
Oh
And Kalina, she's just like, oh, I probably should have thought this through.
no. Yes, they.
And Kalina, like, she just looks at,
I have started a war. My god.
yeah, like, she just
Oh,
looks at
shit.
Vidya, and it's just like, Vidya, just keep your hood down.
I'm not saying that like that's Kalina's mind. I'm saying Fen. I'm like as Fen. I'm like I have started a war. Fuck.
You
Yeah, just, like,
look at
Kalina
Vidya,
just-
and he's looking at the gem on his chest, and you see that it is doing this weird flickering thing. It's going from
no reception.
it's going from
Okay.
a dark green to black, and then it blinks out to completely black, and he says, "It's broken.
It's broken?
She can't use these anymore."
Well, better hope he didn't like worshiping her, cause he cannot go back.
Yep, he can't.
Well,
This is just
Hey,
what we do, I guess.
yeah, I probably should have thought this through. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do, and now
He-
you're here.
He puts his hands on your shoulders and he says, "It's okay, but where is here?"
Well, she says, we are in the deep realm.
Oh. Oh.
He's probably just like, how?
And, I'm gonna put us on break now because I have to pee.
Okay.
Break time!
Break time.
Everybody take a freaking
Yes.
break.
Oh,
Will be-
fuck.
We'll be right back.
After
Oh,
these
yeah.
messages.
I would also like to say that this plan initially came around during fucking Dollywood.
Mm-hmm. That was why...
That was when I
Hey, I've got an idea. Come to the porch.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
It was
Oh.
that idea of I was like, oh hey, because I've been trying to figure out a backstory for Fen, and I was like, oh hey, what if Fen is from the lab that Freya's from? Just Fen is like an earlier model, earlier experiment or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't do last session because we didn't Audrey was new, and I was like, I don't. Yeah, we're like,
Yeah.
we don't want to do that, something that big.
Yeah.
And then now I've started a war. This is not where I was planning on going with this.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Okay.
I'll be back. Gotta piss.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta go.
Well, fuck. Whoops.
Hello, I am back. Who else is back?
I've just been here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was eating my third orange for the day. I might have
Vitamin
a-
D.
Yes, I got a thing of mandarin oranges, and I don't like normal oranges. I don't like them. They're not.
Yeah.
Mandarin orange. I really like. I've eaten 3 today, and I think I might have a slight issue. But I did some research. Apparently, you can eat just as many as your body can tolerate.
Oh my god. Oh my. The FBI needs this. I just found,
Okay, I'm back.
I just found a
Good.
code that can automatically track someone's IP from Omegle.
Ooh. That's bad. But
It's a great way to
yes,
creepy people.
Jade, in
Yeah.
concern to the whole thing, even though you started as a level 1 wizard, the fire catalyst is going to greatly amplify your powers. So
Oh, this is a sketchy Japanese.
if
Oh.
Or no, that's Chinese. I'm stupid.
if you
What?
roll well, you could possibly make firewall.
I just
Okay.
looked and I can only cast up to level 2 spells, and the spells I was looking at is level 3.
Oh.
So I don't know what rules you're going by, Arrows, but I can't cast Water Wall or Tidal Wave or any of the ones I was looking at.
Yeah. I was definitely planning on the next time I leveled of putting another one into Wizard, because right now I've got 6
Yeah.
in Fighter.
I need to show y'all my mug that I got. Foxy knows about the mug, but
Yeah.
tears of my enemies.
Yes. Very good. And
Got some tea in it.
is
Ooh.
Some nice.
sleeping out in the living room. So that means I can't make popcorn. So I'm gonna eat graham crackers. Fuck, I can't use this blanket. 'Cause this is Judith's blanket, and I can't get shit on it. This is a lot. You fucking woke me up, sir. How dare you? I've been up since 4 in the morning.
Gotta keep you on your toes. But Foxy has brought to my attention that Kalina was holding Freya also.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I was gonna pick up Freya and then feel like a fucking tank. Oh. Yes! Guys! It's the cinnamon graham crackers! I haven't had these in years.
Oh?
I haven't had the cinnamon graham crackers since I was in elementary school.
oh, nostalgia.
Alright.
Foxy, are you back? Ah. Changing.
Fucking crackers.
So I've decided my girlfriend is coming to college.
Vibes. Goat goat.
I mean, I knew multiple people that would bring their stuffed animals to college.
I mean,
I bring my
who
stuffed
wouldn't?
animals to college with me.
And I need something
kinda
that I
hard
can
to sleep.
pet as well. Something
Yeah.
that's soft and kind of resembles my dog's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bring I have multiple stuffed animals that I still sleep with because as y'all know, I'm a cuddly person when I sleep.
Yeah.
And when I'm not asleep, I'm just a cuddly person. So, not having a form of stuffed animal is not fun.
Also,
I have too many.
apparently I should have somehow told my grandma about physical touch being painful to me 2 years ago, even though I already did.
Mm.
So we were talking, and I had explained that, for the last 2 years, I had thought that, there's something wrong with me because I couldn't handle physical touch.
Yeah.
So I was working with my therapist, and then I was going to start with my friends, and then COVID hit, and we weren't allowed to touch anymore. But yeah, I spent the last 2 years thinking there was something wrong with me. And then I got my official fibro diagnosis, and I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. So then I kind of talked to her about this, and then she comes back to me later and says, oh, you should have told me, explained it to me. I thought you just hated me. I was like, I told you that, oh, it physically hurt. And she's like, oh, I thought you were just saying that because, you didn't want me to touch you. And I'm like, no, if I didn't want that, I would just straight up tell you I don't want you to touch me.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay.
And I'm like,
I am
I
in
told
jammies.
but yeah.
Yeah.
Foxy.
Wah.
Since I'm not able to get popcorn tonight because my dad's sleeping in the living room, I went and grabbed the graham crackers. But
Yeah?
guess what?
What?
It's the cinnamon ones.
Ugh. Fuck yeah.
I haven't had these since elementary school.
Fuck yeah. Those are the shit.
I've got my crackers.
Like the cinnamon and
my
sugar one?
Infinity-Cube. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my Infinity-Cube. And my water. And I'm awake right now, so I'm set.
Yay! But yeah, Eros, I sent you DMs. Do with that as you will.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
I'm being devious.
Okay.
Yeah. And then later on, probably after the session, or within the next few days or so, maybe we can figure out how the elemental catalysts affect our stats.
Yeah.
Not just mine, but whomever else is getting in.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the very least, we can figure out yours.
Mm-hmm.
Just, it's kind of present. It's kind of a current issue.
Yeah. So is everybody ready to get back into it?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I think so.
So, Kalina,
Hi.
you,
Gonna
Fen,
move.
and Vidya are in the Deep Realm.
And Freya, apparently.
Yeah.
Freya.
Oh yeah,
But-
and Freya.
But Kalina hasn't noticed that yet.
Oh no.
I was gonna fucking grab them and have them be on my shoulders like a tank.
Meow.
Meow.
I think Fen kind of goes over to Freya and just kind of rolls around Freya a bit.
Yeah.
I assume we're all pretty much on the ground at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fen just kind of throws around Freya, puts my head on her.
Does Kalina notice them?
Because
No.
Fen is, giving attention to Freya, you now notice that Freya is, sitting like a toddler on your hip. Just sort of, in shock,
Aw.
like, what the fuck is happening?
Kalina's just like, Freya!
Oh,
Yeah, you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine. What happened?
Well, I teleported us to the Deep Realm.
Freya just kind of like looks around and is like, "Are we underground?"
Sort of, yes. We're deep inside the world and at the same level of the roots of the Arius tree.
Freya
She
just
kind of looked
kinda,
at the tattoo on her wrist.
Freya just kind of like nods as they're like looking around. Kalina,
Yeah?
you have teleported into the room you stay in usually.
Oh,
Oh! Oh boy! She just kind of says, well, at least we're in my room. I guess if you could call it that. I usually stay here when I visit. It's Vidya doing it all this.
Vidia's just having a crisis, kind of a little bit. He's just like, oh god, I just narrowly escaped the temple guards, and now I'm in the deep realm. What the fuck?
Yeah.
75% of the party is experiencing shock.
Indeed.
You sounded
Yeah.
like a robot when you said that. Like, literal robot.
That was the point.
How is the point?
My brain is not here right now.
It's called
so
turning the retail voice on.
Yeah.
My brain isn't functioning right now. I'm in a different realm at the moment.
The
I
deep
think
realm.
yeah.
Fen. I think Fen kind of picks. I pick my head up, kind of give Vidya a little lick, to kind of try to calm him down.
Vidya kind of like absent-mindedly strokes the top of your head. Like he's not even looking at you, he just strokes the top of your head. Like you're a
And
dog.
Pets dog anxiously.
Kalina, she does look at Vidya and just like, well, just know that you are safe here in the palace.
He kind of like jolts a little bit and like then turns his head to you and says, "Palace?"
Oh.
Yes. You might be wondering how I'm able to do this. What was that?
He nods like, "Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
kind of am, bestie."
Well, and she kind of hesitates before lifting up her wrist to, like holding out her wrist to show him, like the one with the mark. Do you recognize this mark?
He looks at it and says, "Cain, right?"
Yes, Cain. He gave me this, and I can go to and from the deep realm whenever I please. And normally I've always just gone here on my own or with one other person. But, well, now 4 of us are here, and you guys are all not hurt, right? No injuries?
Vidya shakes his head like, "Nope, not hurt at all." Freya,
Okay.
you hear Freya say, "Nope, I'm good."
Okay, that's good. Well, we should probably find Cain or someone and explain this.
You're currently kind of like sitting on the floor a little bit, like you kind of
Yeah, just holding Freya,
holds Freya.
basically in my lap.
Yeah. Freya kind of like wiggles to get down. Like, okay, I can be put down.
I'm
that's
done.
fine.
I'm done.
No more uppies.
No more uppies. But yeah, Kalina just lets it happen and lets go of them. And she starts to stand up.
As you start to stand up, you immediately feel your head start spinning and your vision starts to like speckle.
Oh. Oh dear, oh dear.
Vidya like immediately takes your arm and like puts one hand behind your back and he says, "Are you alright?"
I don't know. I haven't transported this many people at once before. I don't know if I... And she kind of trails off a little bit.
Vidya just sighs and says, "It looks like he pushed it. Here." And then he sort of like guides you over to your bed and has you sit on it.
Oh. I just hope the rest of them... No, I left them behind. Oh no. No, 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 no. This isn't good.
Vidya sort of like kneels down in front of you and like takes your hand and says, "I'm sure they'll be alright. They're all very capable."
Yes, but still. I worry.
All they need to do is make it down the steps.
Yes, that's true.
And now, I would like to cut back to the bitches on the
Jump
steps.
cut! Jump cut!
The bitches on the steps.
Perfect transition. Perfect transition.
Sound.
All of you had watched as Kalina, holding Freya, had grabbed Vidya by his free arm that was not being held by Fenn's mouth, and disappeared. Chatsu had said, "No, Kalina, wait!" before she disappeared, but it was too late. She gone.
Just pop. Poof.
What's the reaction from the peeps? The other ones?
Worst. Let's no. Cobalt is like running to the stairs still.
Does he even notice?
Yes, he does, but he's still running. We just angered a bunch of guards and not sticking around for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep running and just existing in a state of anger and confusion.
Sarzoth, are you feeling any type of way about watching 4 people just disappear?
Almost half your party just fucking duped.
I'm just kind of like, what do I do now?
Fucking
Like,
run.
I'm just kind of like
Fucking
in
run,
shock.
bitch.
Well, no, I'm just like standing there in shock, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna
Keep
get outta here.
running.
Pauses for a moment. Okay, keep going.
Remind me, what level are we again, Eros?
I think you are all at
7.
level 7.
Yeah,
Shit,
7.
I can't use it yet. Okay.
You hear the guards behind you say, "Where the fuck did he go? What happened?"
Yeah.
The question.
It's like, what did that? It's like, what did that lady do?
Am I close to Sarzoth?
I'd say you're pretty close. He's like a couple steps behind you. And like to the side.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around, grab him by the arm or some shit. Or clothing, I don't fucking care. And fucking run.
Drag him.
Like, okay, come on, kid. Let's go faster.
We have
It's like-
time to process later.
It's like, yeah, she disappeared. Cool, now go.
She's used to saving the processing for after the action. There is
She doesn't
only
have that
action
much
now.
RAM. She doesn't have that much RAM.
No.
There is only action, and the action is now.
Being little
She can only process one thing at a time.
Also, we need to make sure that we also get Asumi out of there.
Yeah.
I think they're
Asumi's
gonna
like
arrest the dog.
Asumi's like gunning it Asami's like sticking pretty close to y'all and is like fucking down the stairs.
Yeah.
When do you let your dog free in a field?
I didn't leave my dog.
Asami is like full running, like her ears are like back.
Yeah.
The equivalent of Naruto running.
When the dog goes zoom.
Yes. She's also probably thinking, where the fuck did Fen go?
Where did Fen go?
Confusion.
Oh,
Did
what
my
the fuck
human
just
go?
happened?
Where did my human go? What the fuck?
As
Why
you
did he
continue
leave
running,
me here?
you see the carriage again pull up.
The getaway car.
The getaway car.
The getaway car.
Getaway car.
You see the door practically slam open as Ambrose like basically just jumps out. He's like holding up his skirt with his hands like balled into fists. And
But you don't want me jumping out right now.
then Amadeus gets out. He has his weapon with him.
Oh shit.
Fucking
It is-
sick.
It is a large mace that is Tegok, it's about the size of you.
Yay!
Oh.
Woo.
Like my sword.
Fuck yeah.
My sword is about as tall as I am too.
Yeah. He's got a big ass mace.
A good mace is a good weapon. Good time.
Yeah.
And
Both kinds of mace.
he looks ready to kill. Ambrose like looks up at the group and like his face immediately turns from like angry to like what the fuck? Where's my cousin? Where did he go?
Like, he'll be fine. We just need to go.
He'll be
go.
fine.
Question:
Got it.
Are we outside now?
You're on the
Where are
steps
we?
outside. You're it's outside on the steps that you're going down.
But we're not out of the jurisdiction yet.
Just a little bit more to go. Once you're onto the street, you'll be fine.
Anyone chasing us?
The guards are still coming down behind you, but they're not really close enough for there to be that much of a problem. As you near Ambrose and Amadeus, Ambrose says, "Where's Vidya? And Kalina?"
Sorry, cuts up. Cobra is gonna say, "They're fine. Let's just get the hell out of here."
Ambrose just sort of like you can't see his eyes, but you can tell he just kind of like blink, blink, blink.
Yeah.
Just that face, and then he steps to the side, allowing you to pretty much as soon as you place your feet onto the street, get into the carriage. And you do. You're able to pretty much immediately get into the carriage as soon as your feet touch the street and leave the stairs of the temple. After you are all in, you see Amadeus come over and close the door for you. And you hear a very deep voice that belongs to him say, "There's a lock on the inside. Use it."
No, I want to fight with it.
You cut out. Didn't get it.
There's a lock on the inside. Use it.
I'm just imagining, like, okay, so there's this just scene from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, and somebody's like a giant mob is around a car, and then the monkey just is just staring off into the distance, and just presses the lock button.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, nope.
No, I want to fight with Stonk. I want to fight with him.
Cobra locks it.
You see Clement go over to one of the windows that is on the side facing the stairs, and he like draws
Sure.
back the curtain and looks outside. Y'all can do the same. You can look out the windows, watch from inside the carriage, see what's going on.
I realize I still have my sword out. I wanna fight with him.
You see outside that the guards, as they approach Ambrose and Amadeus, they start slowing down. And they begin talking. And you hear, the guards, like, you can't hear what they're saying, but you can tell that they're, like, yelling at Ambrose. And Tagok, you can tell by Amadeus' body language that he is like fully ready to just smush them with his mace. Like he has got like a white knuckle grip on his handle.
It'd be so fun.
The guards continue yelling, and now they're loud enough to where you can hear them. And one of them says, "We know this has something to do with you, Ambrose. Tell us where Vidya is right now."
He can't.
He doesn't
He
know.
doesn't know.
Ambrose just continues talking calmly, and then the guards, they sort of like walk forward and off of the stairs, and as soon as the first one takes a step off of the stairs, Amadeus raises his mace and strikes him.
Oh?
The guard that got hit immediately crumples and falls to the ground, and you watch as blood starts pouring out from underneath their armor.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
The other guards just sort of stop. And then, Ambrose sort of, like, gestures his hand, like, go along now. Unless you want to end up like him. The guards, start taking steps back. And, then, he turns.
What about that
towards-
asshole of a guard captain? Where is he?
You don't see him. They don't see him. He is not there right now. It seems he stayed up in the temple. Tegek has never felt this kind of emotion towards a man.
And not to the level of Officer Harris. She's still an ace lesbian, though. She doesn't understand what the terms or that is.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Yeah.
like,
I'm not
you
attracted
know,
to
like
him,
kind of the
but I'm
kind of the
interested by him.
kind of the respect and awe part of it.
Yeah.
Like, oh wow.
Gives the same vibes as abridged DBZ Vegeta. Oh my god, he's so goddamn cool.
Yeah.
I'm just more imagining the Vine where it's like the girl that's doing the vape, and the guy just looks at the camera like, wow.
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 Don't fuck with me. I have the power of God,
God,
and
anime on my
side.
side.
Literally Tagok now.
You literally take.
I
At
literally
some point,
have
we
the
just need to
power
make a
of-
compilation of Open Hearts, but as vines.
I literally have the power of God and anime on my side now.
This
Yes.
clip is Tagok as soon as she sees Amadeus do that shit. Oh my god, he's so goddamn cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Ambrose reaches out towards the handle, and you watch as a little purple magic envelops the little lock and pulls it undone. And then Ambrose opens and steps inside, followed by Amadeus. They both sit, and Amadeus closes the door. And then the carriage starts moving. And Ambrose says, "I'm sorry you had to see that, but I know how unforgiving the gods can be. If you don't put them in their place, they'll torment you."
Hobart is currently just not having a good time. He's
Oh,
like,
that's a spider. Sorry.
Oh no. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Hobart is
not having a
currently
good time.
just like breathing a bit hard.
Yeah. Oh, it's coming at me.
Oh no.
Go away.
Oh no.
I'm just flicking it right now.
Oh
Run.
jeez. Spider.
Run.
Um,
Run.
No, I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want it on me.
Yeah, that one.
Abort.
I flicked it. I smacked it
Okay.
Run.
with my hand.
Tegok, you watch Amadeus as he places his mace in his lap and takes out a rag and starts wiping the blood off of it.
Okay, y'all know the times in Steven Universe where their eyes turn into stars?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ah.
that's Tegok.
Mostly looking at the weapon,
Yeah.
and then, like, back to him. Not in
The
In
head
a-
of the mace.
oh my god, he's so goddamn cool, not
Yeah.
not literally any other emotion.
Yeah. The head of the mace is about as big as your torso.
Oh.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
It is made out of a shining brass that is carved with intricate designs on the little blades of the mace head.
As a weapon and history nerd, this
Yes.
makes me so fucking happy.
Yeah.
Hell
Imagine Sauron's
fucking
mace, but a bigger head and gold colored. Jade
Bro.
appreciates that one because she's a big old Lord of the Rings noid.
Bro! Bro, that's sick! That's so fucking cool!
I'm picturing the
Yo!
Masabolic ball from fucking Skyrim. So
Vibes.
pretty decent.
Yeah. Colbert, go ahead, my bud.
Currently, Hobart is just breathing hard, and he just kind of says like, "What is Kalina thinking? She says she's a diplomat, but then she goes and aggravate a guard. We could have been killed in that room. We could have died if we got captured or by the hands of the guards. She left us like that. Oh my god." Does anyone respond?
Does anyone respond?
Oh, I can't.
Yeah. Zarzov,
Da-da-da-da.
Tegok.
Sorry,
I-
I just
What?
brain is in a different place right now.
Could you briefly repeat what you said? My apologies.
Colbert is kind of fucking mad. He's like, what the hell was Kalina thinking? She says she's a diplomat, but then she goes and aggravates a guard like that. We could have been killed.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah. It wasn't a good situation. And maybe it's just me. But I think we did the right thing.
It could have ended really badly. We could have made things worse. We could have died. He could have died. Regardless if we made a good decision, regardless if we did something good, the way we came about it was horrible.
Amadeus sighs and says, "Those guards are terrible. No matter what you would have done, something bad would have happened either way. Even if you had acted the way they wanted, they would have found something to use against you." And Ambrose just nods and says, "Exactly. I saw what happened in there. I do have eyes as well. And quite frankly, the head of that god overstepped many boundaries that even Eloin would not approve of."
Ayo? Ayo?
Best decision? Probably not.
It happened.
But there's no undoing it. And as I said, I think we did the right thing.
"And you're all
There's-
safe," says Ambrose, as he sort of like relaxes a little bit. He had been pretty tense.
There's a time and place for formalities and respect. And at the end there, that wasn't one of them.
At the end, I agree. But Kalina was aggravating the guard. And I don't like that. Isn't the whole point of a diplomat is to talk and make sure it talks so... I don't know what a diplomat is, but isn't the point is to talk and not have something physical happen? I felt like she... I don't know.
And I get that. But Lena's not the kind of person. She lets a lot of things slide. There has to be a point where you can't let that happen.
To the point where she risked all of our lives. If she wants to risk her own life, that's up to her. And if someone does, like, risk her life, I will defend, obviously. But I felt in danger. I felt like we were all in danger because of what she was doing. That's why it's not sitting right with me. That's why I'm mad.
Well, what's done is done.
Clement, defend your fucking niece. Defend your daughter.
Clement is just kind of like, sort of like straight-lipped, like he wants to say something, but he knows now is not the time to get into a big argument.
At least no one died. Or got hurt.
After you say that, you see Ambrose take off the crown on his head, and he places it in his lap, and then goes to wipe his face. You see that he's crying.
No.
Oh.
He has the exact same colored eyes as Vidya, you can see. And he says, "Thanks to you, I haven't lost the only person I consider family." And then he sort of like sniffles a little bit and says, "Vidya raised me, practically. My own parents didn't care. They thought I was a waste of their time because I was so sick. They expected me to die, so they didn't bother caring for me. Vidya was the only one who did." And like the tears continue streaming down his face, and you see Amadeus place his arm around his friend.
Oh. Comfort your buddy.
Alright. That was a lot.
Ambrose sort of collects himself a little bit and says, I'm bringing you to our estate. You'll be safe there while you're able to recuperate and hopefully make contact with Kalina and Vidya."
Much appreciated.
The rest of the car ride is pretty quiet as you're all sort of, you know, trying to calm down from that. And come on, work with me, D&D Beyond.
You good?
Yes, I'm just looking at something.
Ah, okay.
Sarzoth, you kind of just sort of notice that Colbert's eyes seem a little bit wet. Like, he's gonna cry, but he's not. He's
Who? Sorry.
Colbert. Colbert's a little teary-eyed.
Yeah.
Fish boy.
Yeah, I know who Colbert is.
I just like saying fish boy.
Fair enough.
Yes, but Colbert is a little teary-eyed.
Okay. I'm just kind of like... I try to comfort him, but I don't know how, so it's kind of like I lift my hand up to put it on his shoulder, but then I, like, put it down.
Puts hand on. Tries.
Yeah, I tried.
He kind of just looks at you. And he's just gonna continue on to
Yeah.
just stare at nothing.
Back in the Deep Realm,
Yay!
you currently have Fen as dog on the bed with you, kind of like half in your lap. You know the dog, like the front paws and head in your lap.
Oh yeah.
And then Freya kind of like leaned up against you on the other side while you're sitting on the bed, making sure that you're okay.
Yeah.
And Vidya, like every so often, like peeks out of the door just to see if there's anybody close by that is passing that he can, grab and talk to. He doesn't want to leave because he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't want to get
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah, because like the palace is like a damn maze.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
don't
And
know.
it's dark. It's dark
Yeah,
as
it's
fuck.
dark.
Dark as fuck. Eventually, after a little bit, Vidya seems to find somebody and sort of like waves them down to come over.
Just this random person in Kalina's room.
Well, they don't enter the room. Vidya is like just peeking his head out. And then, after a little bit, you hear a voice say, "I'll open the door then." And then after Vidya opens the door, you see Myoka stomp in and walks right up to the bed, and he has his hands on his hips, and he's like, "So I heard you overdid yourself."
A little. Also,
I
there's an
just kind of
echo.
like cough, like
There is an
a
echo.
little, huh?
Audrey, I think there's an echo on your end. There was. Oh, there is, yeah.
There is,
Do
okay.
you have the
Yeah,
stream
there
up?
is.
Weird, I'm on a phone.
Ah,
Yeah, maybe just mute yourself, I guess.
or
Yeah.
or headphone.
Yeah. Yeah, just Kalina just kind of tiredly looks up at him and just says, "Yeah, a little."
He sighs and says, "Well, what happened?"
Oh, dear. That's gonna take a while. But, long story short, escaping some guards. I didn't know what else to do because they were after Vidya over there. And this was the safest place I could think of.
He just kind of sighs and says, "Well, what about the rest of your party?"
Kalina just hears this and she kind of tears up a little bit. I don't know. They were being chased down, and I didn't think to grab all them in time, and
Nyoka cuts you off and he says, "Well, it's a good thing you didn't, because if you tried to transport all of them, you probably would have killed yourself."
yes, I guess that's true, but still. I know they're capable, but I just left them.
Nyoka puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, "Listen, I'll go to Chatu. I'll check in on them for you, alright?"
Okay, alright. Just. I should probably explain to your father about this whole thing, because, well, to be quite honest, Vidya cannot go back to where he was staying. At all.
Nyoka just kind of nods and says, "On my way out, I'll tell him that you're here and you want to talk."
Alright. Thank you, Nyoka. Right now, I just need to rest, I think.
He nods, and then you watch as he poofs away in his little cloud of black smoke.
Boof.
Back in the carriage, you see a little black cloud appear, and then you see in the carriage, and then you see Nyoka, who has his legs crossed over one another, sitting, and he says, "So, how's everybody doing?"
Oh my god. I just hope that. Oh, what's the guard's name again?
Amadeus.
Amadeus. I just hope that he doesn't fucking kill him.
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? Wait, don't kill my brother. Wait.
Wait, no.
Y'all kind of watch as Amadeus sort of jumps a little bit and he like puts his hand on the hilt.
He's fine. He's with us.
He then just
Colbert has
slowly...
one of his hands, like, Colbert has his face, like, buried into one of his hands.
He just, takes his hand off the hilt very slowly, but cautiously eyeing Nyoka.
Yeah, I was like, who the fuck is this child that just appeared?
Chatu,
Magic Man.
then says, "So, I'm assuming that Kalina sent you here to tell us that everything's alright, or to check up on us, rather." Nyoka just nods and says, "Yeah, she's worried and she feels bad, 'cause seems like she made a bit of a ill-placed decision. She's not doing too well. Let's just say, 4 people at once is a little too much for her to handle." Is nobody gonna say anything? Lord.
I
They're
was
doing alright.
It's late.
But they're doing alright?
Yes, alright. Kalina's just, a bit tired. She looks a bit, green in the face, as you would say.
Well, suppose you got some idea what happened.
I got the short version. So, apparently, some guards were angered and there was a bit of a chase scene.
Yeah. Let's just say Ellen may or may not be happy.
Nyoka sort of rolls his eyes a little bit and he says, "She's never happy."
Also, what the fuck do you mean that you spoke with Elowen?
Nyoka says, "She's the most bitter bitch in all the realms."
I was instinctively going to be like, watch your math, young man, but then I remembered he is at least 1600 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was 16,000.
No, only 1600.
Okay.
He's still over 1,000 years old.
1600. You hear Ambrose sort of stifle a laugh at this.
It's like, okay, I like this kid.
This kid gets it.
Kid's got balls.
Yeah, the kid's got balls, bro.
Nyoka then sort of sighs and slaps his knees as he, unfolds his leg, and he says, "Well, I just came here to check up on all of you, make sure that you're okay. Just to put Kalina's mind at ease." So, it seems that I'll be off now. I hope to be seeing you all again soon. Hopefully when you're not being hightailed by guards. Toodles, he says as he does a little, finger wave, and then, poof, gone.
Oh, I fucking love him. He's such a fucking fruit.
Yeah.
He's such a fucking fruit.
Fruit man.
Both of Kane's kids are just fucking fruits.
They're both gay as hell.
Fruit man.
His two boys are both fruits.
His three boys are both fruits. Vivel.
Shit,
He only
you're
knows
right.
about two of them. Shh. Only two of them count.
Yeah,
Shh,
but
shh,
his
shh,
other
shh.
son is also gay.
Yeah.
Shh, 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 shh.
He's not here right now. So, yeah.
Man.
Ambrose then just sort of turns to all of you and says, "Who was that?"
Yeah, okay. Friend of ours.
He's Chatu's brother.
Chatu just sighs and nods, like shaking his head like, yeah, that's my fucking brother.
Yeah, that's my brother. That's my little brother.
Ambrose just sort of like nods and says, "Ah, we're almost to the estate, and well, we'll get you set up in one of the guest suites. I do hope that it's nice enough for you all. I don't know what arrangements you all currently have, usually, but I hope that you can make yourselves comfortable." After
This will be an interesting setup.
Berica's her name?
Berica?
Yeah. We didn't tell Berica where we were going.
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
Been gone for that long.
She might just assume it's, taken a little while to do the
Yeah,
thing.
and also technically, we hadn't been there for even a couple of hours before the whole thing. So she probably is just gonna assume oh, it's gonna be an overnight thing,
Yeah.
or a couple of days maybe.
Yeah, because she still thinks we're at Haros's temple.
Yep.
She doesn't need to know. She doesn't need to know. Also, I do looking back on it. I do think it's a wise decision that we didn't take the whole city, because taking the whole entire city near Elowin's city would have put thousands upon thousands of citizens at risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
After a little bit, the carriage stops again, and Ambrose says, "Oh, we're here," and then he puts his crown back on his head and sort of dusts himself off and straightens his clothes, and then he Amadeus opens the carriage door. Ambrose steps out, and then the rest of you can follow. As you step out of the carriage, you are greeted by a very large sandstone mansion. The outside is decorated with many desert dwelling and semi-tropical trees. You see that outside there are many employees
that's
of the
encrypted.
estate that are riding on the backs of more of the jeweled komodos.
Damn.
Ambrose then leads you to the front door, and a pair of servants open the door for the two of them. As you walk into the main hall, it is decorated in pale violet. A lot of the fabrics and upholstery is that color, though there is much of it is gold and the white stone, accompanied by some deep mahogany colored woods and such. It is a very large and fancy mansion. Tagok, you remember that seeing only something so fancy once, and it was when you went to that gala where you got arrested.
Try not to break a chair.
Mm-hmm.
Or someone's nose. Or neck.
Yeah. I don't think it killed him.
Yeah, I didn't kill him.
But
At the very least, you broke a ball or two.
Yeah. And
This guy
shattered
is-
an ego.
Yeah, shattered an ego, popped a couple balls, broke a nose. Yeah.
You are not too far into the main hall before you see a small group walk up to Ambrose. There is an older woman who is sitting in a intensely decorated wheelchair. It is pretty much entirely gilded in gold.
Damn,
Damn.
damn, girl. Damn.
Scar wants to know your location. Scar
Start
wants.
zooming.
Scar wants to race.
She is not a kind-looking woman.
Tokyo Drift.
As she sits there with a very cold air about her.
Oh.
Her wheelchair is being pushed by a servant. Next
One
to
of
her,
those rich people.
next to her is an older man who has a decorative cane. It is got a gold cap, and it is inlaid with multiple precious gems. All of them are adorned in very fancy clothes and jewelry. The man is the first to speak, and he says, "Ambrose, who are these people that you have brought to our state?" Ambrose bows his head lightly, and he says, "Well, father, these are the Queen's heroes that I told you I would be escorting to the temple. And they have just saved one of our own, Vidya, from the temple guards and their ruthlessness. So I have invited them to our estate to stay the night, as a thanks." The man strokes his chin and says, "Very well. We extend our hand and hospitality to you, Queen's heroes." Ambrose. We hope you enjoy your stay at the Service Estate.
Thank you.
The old woman nods in agreement and says, "Anyone who does kindness for our family is a friend indeed." The older man then, places a hand over his chest and bows a little bit, as much as he can because he is older, and says, "Well, if you excuse us, we will now be taking our leave." And then him and his wife leave to go somewhere else. And Ambrose continues leading you to the guest suite. You eventually get there, and it is a portion of the estate that is a very large common areas and about 5 different rooms that split off to it. There are 5 bedrooms, each with their own personal bathroom. And then a common lounge area and a sun room, if you will, that is facing the outside. It is a room with glass walls. A tea room, if you will.
Nah, it's just a sunroom.
A sunroom. Fancy shit. Fancy people shit.
Fancy shit.
Fancy shit.
It'll kind of feel like being back at the mansion again.
Yeah.
Or at least kind of like Kalena's estate.
Yep. Ambrose says, "Well, you're all free to make yourselves comfortable, and give me a call if you can find a way to contact Kalina, and any word of Vidya." He then bows to all of you and takes his leave with Amadeus.
Well, thank you.
Now you are all alone in this very nice guest suite of a mansion.
Alright.
Albert's heading straight to bed.
The sleepy boy.
Yeah, I probably will too.
Yeah.
Lots of shit has happened.
Everybody heads off to bed. And try to get
Everyone's
some sleep.
sleepy.
Everyone's sleepy.
All the they're just so done with today. They're just so fucking done.
Lots of shit happened.
Colbert,
Yeah.
Asumi decides to follow you to your room and curl up next to you.
Close enough to the forest gremlin.
She's like,
Forest
"I
gremlin,
can
wet
tell
edition.
that you are upset, little fishy boy.
Little
I-
fishing boy.
Little fishy boy, I will curl up upon you, doggy. Doggy.
Smile.
Dog sense emotion. Provide fluff.
Provide fluff.
I pat as I fall asleep.
Mm.
back in the Deep Realm, Kalina.
Yeah.
You're sort of sitting there on the bed. It's been a little bit, like maybe about
Yeah.
10 minutes, and then you hear a knock on the door.
Kalina just calls out, "Yes?"
You hear Kane's voice outside the door, and he says, "May I come in?"
"Yes, of course. Come in, come in."
He opens the door, and he walks in. He looks kind of worried, and he closes
Aw.
the door behind him. And he says, "So, what happened?"
Oh, dear. Well, to start, I should probably introduce, everyone. And, she, like, gestures to Fen and Freya. This is Fen. He's a druid. He's shifted his
Right.
form.
They have met before.
Oh yeah, they have, never mind.
I did a snake check,
yeah.
remember?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, the snake check!
Snake check. Sleepover time.
Oh yeah.
he doesn't know that Fen can turn dog.
Yeah, it's like, this is Fen. He can wild shape. And you remember Freya, possibly.
Kane nods.
And
Freya, like, waves their hand at him, like, "Hi."
hi. Hi. And this, as she gestures to Vidya, is Vidya. God, poor Vidya. Just big face with
Surprise!
shame.
Here's another god.
Vidya is standing next to the bed, and he like bows very deeply, you know, like 90-degree angle.
90-degree
at the hip.
angle. Yeah, and Kalina continues. Well, Vidya is, or I guess was now, a servant for Elowin. And she had requested that we visit her. She had been keeping an eye on us for a while, it seems like. And she wanted us to visit her. And we did. But as we were leaving, these guards wanted to take Vidya and punish him. And I did not want that to happen. And she kind of trails off, but then just says, "He's been through enough. I'll say that." And we were fleeing, and this place, as she gestures around, was the safest place I could think of taking him.
He nods and sort of looks Vidya over, and his like snakes are kind of extended towards Vidya.
Yeah, it's like, "Ooh, who this person? Who this?"
Kane says, "You did a good thing, Kalina, but please don't push yourself like that again. You could get seriously hurt."
I won't. I just hope that the others are doing okay. I made a bit of a rash decision back there. I wasn't even thinking. not used to that.
He sighs and says, "It's all right. Nyoka has come back already, and he says that the rest of the party is fine and unscathed."
She hears this and she just lets out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, thank the stars.
He nods and says, "Nyoka said they were in a carriage."
Ambrose. Yes, he and his personal guard had escorted us inside Eluin City. So,
Well-
I'm guessing he had come back to pick us up and, well, saw us running from the guards.
It seems that your friends are in good hands, though.
Yes, they are.
He sort of like perks his head up, and his snake's kind of like all whoop,
What?
and he says,
What they doing?
Chotu is asking if you want to come to them. He says they're in a safe spot.
I think I still need to rest for a bit, if that's alright.
Of course.
Just, if the rest want to go, they can, but I will say that I don't think that Vidya can go back. Not now. It wouldn't be safe for him, I wouldn't think. I'm not sure. I just don't want anyone coming after him.
Vidya speaks up and he says, "If they're at the family's estate, then I'll be safe there. I just can't let anybody outside know that I'm there."
Alright. Well, if you're comfortable with that. Fen? Freya? Are you alright with going?
Freya looks up at you and says, "If you're alright with being alone."
Kalina just looks at them and just kind of smiles. And just says, I think I'll be alright.
Freya,
I've got Kane.
Freya just kind of like nods, like little kid nod, like yeah.
Uh-huh. Just make sure you stay out of trouble, okay?
We'll try.
She kind of like ruffles their hair a little bit. You know, like, yeah.
Freya jumps down from the bed and sort of like, you know, pats their leg to tell Fen okay, come on, let's go.
They said, come on. Fen, go.
Fen, come on, let's go. I'm guessing that Fen, you get down from the bed and follow
Yeah.
Freya.
Yeah.
After you do, Vidya takes Freya's hand and then puts a hand like on you, like just sort of like holds you with one hand down at his side, Fen, and then Kane just nods at them, and then Vidya disappears in the black flame again. For the
There you
rest
go.
of the group that is in the villa, you hear a sort of whoosh, like a whoosh sound out in the main room.
Awoken.
Oh, well, just like,
Nah,
heh.
not
Colbert, you feel
easily woken.
Colbert, you feel Asami like perk up, and she like lifts her head up and does like a little whine.
Oh,
She's like, I smell my friends. I smell them.
I smell.
You go and check. Awesome. I gotta stay in bed.
I'm gonna get up and look.
Awesome.
I'm gonna go because I am incredibly tired.
Okay. We'll just say that Sardoth
Sorry.
stayed asleep. And it'll be
Yeah,
fine.
Sardoth
I figured
Sarzoth
it was
has
a good
calmed
time.
Sardoth
out.
passed out.
I figured it was a good time.
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's
Bye.
okay.
No problem.
So, Sardoth is still asleep, but Colbert decides he's not gonna get up. Go Asami, check it out. And then Tagok, you get up and decide to go check it out. You open the door and you see Asami, who is leaving the room adjacent to yours, which is Colbart's, and she is trotting towards the center of the room, where you see Vidya, Freya, and Fen, but no Kalina. Tagok?
Yeah, sorry, just I zoned for a sec. Alright, so everyone's there except for Kalina.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense because she needs to recover and all that shit. Are y'all alright?
Vidya nods and says, "Yes, we're all quite fine. Kalina's back in the Deep Realm. She overexerted herself and needs to rest a bit."
Take it kind of looks down at the floor a little bit. Well, I'm glad you're all right.
And I'm glad you all are alright. I would have felt terrible if something had happened to all of you because of me.
Doing something for another person makes it all worthwhile.
Man.
Everyone else is asleep, so
Yeah, I figured.
Long day.
yeah. Shall we handle this in the morning?
Wait, what? I didn't. My brain did not process that.
Shall we handle this in the morning?
Yeah. Shall we handle this in the morning? Yeah. Vidya nods and he says, "Yes. Hopefully Kalina will be here by the morning time as well."
I hope so.
He then gives like a little pat to Fen and Freya, like on their heads, and says, "Well, I'll be off to my own room. I'll see you all in the morning.
Good night.
Good night." And then he leaves through the door, closing it quietly. Leaving you standing there with all the gremlins. All the gremlins.
The gremlins.
And the dog. Freya just looks up at you and says, "I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed."
Alright. You should go to bed too, Fen.
I'm just kind of off. My back's moved. no idea where I'm going because I don't know where my room fucking is.
Asumi leads you to the room where she was sleeping with Colbart. As you go in, it's like a gigantic king-size bed. Like, it could easily fit the dog and the 2 gremlins and Colbart all in it, and be comfy still.
Where does Freya go?
Also in the bed. Also. All the
Yep.
gremlins and Colbart in the bed. Colbart wakes
As it
up
be.
to 2 more people in the fucking bed.
Okay. I will go to bed as well, but I think she's in a different room.
Yeah, obviously. You're in a different room. And with that, with all of you taking a nice night's rest, one last thing before the session ends, and I am gonna tell Audrey about this. Level up!
Level.
Alright.
We can level up. Ayo.
Oh, yay.
Ayo.
Whoa. I would be more excited, but I'm.
Oh no, that's completely valid,
Yeah.
hon. That is completely 100% valid.
Yeah.
Doing amazing, sweetie.
It has almost been 24 hours wait for me.
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time I stayed up for over 24 hours.
Yeah. And with that, I'm going to be ending the stream here for the night.
Wow.
I will be
Alright.
seeing you all next Thursday for the exciting aftermath.
Yeah, 'cause that shit
Yeah.
that shit happened.
Good night,
Yeah,
Twitch.
Good
Night,
night.
everybody.
And if the bed bugs bite,
Bite
eat
'em
them.
back. Bite 'em back. Good night.
Bite them back.